So how many of us do we have? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So let's just do 2 groups. So maybe me and Albina can go to the 11th hangout.
Okay.
Or me, Albina, and Presley can go to the 11th hangout, and then everyone else can stay here. And if other people get here, guys can split up and you can go to the 12th hangout. That sound good?
Yes.
So as far as for the life support session, oh no, I forgot to do this. Let me update this. So this is full moon life support September. I'm just updating the video here for our, oh no, thanks. For full moon session. Getting that all updated. That looks good. It looks like we are live, so that is good. So anyone can double check on that. We are on the Selenine calendar once. So are there any questions? When you break up, you're going to, in the notes, you're going to set up your buddy team, and you want to have a note keeper and timekeeper. It should only last like 10 to 15 minutes. It shouldn't be very long. And you're going to go through your check-ins and rankings, which will only take a minute or two, and then what your priorities are and your goals for the session and what you want to get out of it for your section, to support your work and your personnel support. And then we're going to come back together as a group. Okay, and then also we could all do the BLN matrix for the voting, which is good as well. Okay. Oh, it looks like we have some more people. So let's have Hanel and Gino go to the 12th hangout. And why doesn't Pressy stay here, and then me and Albina and Jessica can go to the 11th hangout? Are there any questions about what you're doing?
Okay, I will stay here with others.
Yeah. And if more people come, then just send them to the 13th hangout. Okay. All right, so let's go ahead and make sure we're writing this down. So I'll put here in the notes, we're gonna do 10th hangout is Pressy, Fiaso, and 11th hangout is Jay, Albina, and Jessica. 12th hangout is Gino and Hanel. Did we miss anyone? Tematope can stay in 10th. Cool. I think that's everybody. It doesn't look like we have the link to the Hangouts. So let me add the link to the Hangouts at the top here. So do link to Hangouts. Oh, all right. So I added that at the top, and I'm gonna head over to the 11th. And remember to record your Hangout session, or do policy tracking. Cool. So who wants to check in first?
I can go first. We are writing our notes.
could just do our notes at the top, it's fine.
At the bottom?
At the top, it's fine to do the notes at the top.
Okay. Let me see. Can you start with the check-in?
Yes.
Jessica?
Okay, today I'm at 6. I've been focusing on my family issues of late, and now that I'm back, I am ready to work, and I'm looking forward to a great session.
Okay, yeah, it's good to have you here, Jessica. You're definitely not back though, and there's still an ongoing dialogue and decision making on your activation or inactivation. So let's prioritize that for the session. Maybe even do that first.
Yeah.
And just there's a voting form that needs to be certified, and also just see what the group wants to do. Okay.
Okay.
So we can deal with that, which is good. Albina, did you check in?
No, I'm going next. I'm at
Did you write
5.5.
Did you write that in our notes as well, in our buddy team notes?
I write down for Jessica's check-in.
Okay, but we need to write our desired outcomes and topics. So topics. Jessica, inactive/active. Cool.
Okay, I wrote under the priorities beginning, just under the quick check-ins. I can go next.
Okay.
I'm at 5.5. Yesterday I didn't do much because my internet was disconnected. So I've just been up and down fixing the backup. That is why I didn't do much yesterday. I've been focusing on taxes and AGC document position, and also payroll and budget. Thank you.
Cool. I'll go next. I am like around a 2. It's been just hectic and crazy, and things have not been going well, and I'm pretty bummed that we are going into this hard stop. But you know, that's just where we are right now, is in taxes hard stop. So definitely a lot of things are going to change, but I feel like we could probably get out of the hard stop, you know, within a week or 2. We'll see. As far as other work I've been doing, obviously I've been doing a lot of recruitment and like just dealing with the recruitment coordination, and it's been a little bit chaotic and has not been going particularly well, and the training hasn't been going well, and just yes, and that is just the tip of the iceberg on all the problems that are going on. So anyways, I'm hopeful that everything will work out overall, but it is definitely quite a lot. Check. All right, so as far as for me, my desired outcomes are definitely specific, so let me find them here. So I wanted to, oh yeah, hopefully we can do the JLN matrix, which would be nice. Not JLN matrix, BLN matrix. So I don't know if that's going to happen, but if you guys haven't done it, you need to vote on it.
Voting, I did.
You did do it? Okay, the voting form, yeah. And then for me, the four main things are really the payroll issues, the taxes, hard stop, recruitment, and SEDME proposal. All right, so those are the four main things for me. I just don't know if we're gonna get to that, but anyways, that's kind of where I'm at, and we'll just see where things go from there. So I think we're done. So let's let the team know that we're
Yeah.
done.
Okay. It's good.
Also, we need to get everything set up. Maybe we can help. Gino can help with that. Gino, can you help with getting everyone? Cool. So I think we're just ready to go back to the main group. Is there any? Oh wait, did you guys all say, Albina? Did you say what you want to focus on during the session?
I think whatever you listed are just fine with me. Payroll, taxes, recruitment, actually recruitment budget for neighborhoods.
Those are your priorities?
Yes.
Huh. Okay. All right. Well, you might have a very different perspective on them though, but that's good. Cool. Yep. So yeah, I don't see anyone communicating with us. So let's just go back to the main group, and then we can listen in while they finish up, and then we'll go from there. All right.
Okay.
Okay.
Cool. Let me see if we missed any priorities, goals, desired outcomes, ranking. Come back together as a group, and we're gonna present our group. Yeah, I think we're good.
Okay.
Okay.
So our ranking is okay. Thank you. And our ranking is Pressy, and next is Visayo. Now, what is your desired outcome? Do you want to ask anything that you want to ask, or
It's 11:15.
I want to, from this session, I want to know how to properly, how to properly schedule and
scheduling process?
yeah.
Should I come back here or not yet?
What?
If you guys are done,
Are you done with Gino?
Hello?
Oh, Hanel, you should be with Gino. Hello, Hanel?
I guess they can't hear us. Just continue. Bessie,
Hello?
can you hear?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, just continue.
Okay. So, okay. Okay, Fisayo, what is your desired outcomes? Anything you want to ask? You wanna help? You want to ask a help aside from scheduling?
And how the canopy work? How the
How the
canopy work? How does canopy work? The whole canopy thing.
Okay. Okay. Now, can you link your pop here on the notes so we can prioritize it? Link pop here.
Okay.
Here. Okay, thank you.
Welcome.
Okay, I get it. Okay, thank you very much. So aside from scheduling, as what you said, there is as executive canopy team scheduling.
Okay.
Oh, you've been there. Okay. I'm gonna link the spreadsheet here.
I have that already.
Okay, thank you. Oh, it's okay. I just gonna link here.
Okay.
So for scheduling, there is a criteria.
Okay.
There is what you call green team, yellow team, orange team, and red team. For green team,
So,
you
Pressy, I'm going to stop you here because this is not the time to go through all of the training. We're all coming back and waiting for you guys to finish. So,
Okay.
all we need to know is what the priorities are so you guys know what to bring up during your section of the session so that we can all move forward with the meeting, right? So, this is not the time to go through, 15 minutes of training on all the different teams of Canopy. That is just, there's like 8 of us waiting here.
Okay.
So, if you guys could just finish up, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so I'm glad that you have the executive canopy team schedule. So, you have to come on the canopy main session, which is every Wednesday, 9 p.m. UTC, Andromeda, R2. So we can prioritize your scheduling, and there is some clarifications on the teams for the canopy: green team, yellow team, and orange team, which is we will discuss during the main session, or
Okay,
we can
Pressy,
set
I'm
a
just
main
gonna
PT session with it.
Pressy, I'm gonna stop you again, okay? Because you're not actually going through topics, you're going through training. You're training here on the scheduling and all the stuff. That's not what this is for, right? You're supposed to, let me go through it again. Quick check-ins, how you're doing, desired outcomes, what are your goals and priorities for the session to get the support you need. That's it.
Yes.
And you're doing trainings while everyone's here waiting. So where's your guys' notes? Where's your notes for your buddy team?
Here. At the bottom of yours.
Okay, buddy team, Faiso and Pressy, right?
Yes, Fiaso.
Okay, you got your check-ins. So where are your topics and desired outcomes?
Here is scheduling for the canopy.
Scheduling for canopy, done. That's it. That takes literally 5 to 10 seconds. That's it. Moving on. What's next?
And how the canopy works, it's going to be discussed during the canopy main session every Wednesday.
Yes. So that one we can just cut. That one's not applicable for today.
Okay.
Next, moving on. See, this can go very quick. We don't have to take 10, 20 minutes to do trainings when all we're trying to do is make sure we have clear topics and desired outcomes for the meeting.
And also for your POP, the HR board we're gonna going to verify your PUP, and always remember that your PUP gonna be accessible in anyone. So you have to make it accessible to everyone.
Okay, I did.
Yes. So we can accessible to edit. So anyone can check and verify your PUP. And once your PUP is verified, the HR board we're gonna have a voting form when your budget is approved.
Pressy,
Uh,
policy tracking. Can you please fill out
Okay,
policy
sorry.
tracking, because you're doing training again. Like, we're all waiting here and you're just doing training, and you're just supposed to do the topics, which is called updating the POP. Done. Next topic.
Okay.
Like, I shouldn't have to stop you over and over and over again. Like, this is
Oh, sorry.
very uncomfortable and weird. Like, just like, we're all waiting for you guys. Like, there's literally like 8 of us sitting here waiting for you to finish and not to sit here and listen to a training. We're going to get to all of that. Everyone will have the chance for like 10 minutes to get whatever training they want. Right now, we just need to stop. So
Okay.
could you have any other desired outcomes and topics? That's it. If it's not a desired outcome and it's not a topic, then it's not applicable for right now when everybody's waiting.
Okay. So any desired outcomes or topic?
No, I'm done.
Okay.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So Pressy, what are your desired outcomes and topics? So
For
Pressy,
me,
I just want to make sure it's clear that you wasted a lot of time with very little getting out of it, and then you didn't even do your own desired outcomes and topics, right? So basically, so everyone understands, this is supposed to be really simple. You break out in your buddy team, you do your introductions, you make sure you're prepared when you come to the main group, that you have clear topics and desired outcomes for what you want out of your section of the personnel support and life support, right? And so Pressy did neither of those. Right? We did get through Fiasco, so that is good that we have scheduling for Canopy and questions for the POP. You know, it should have taken about a minute. Instead, it took 15 minutes, and it took 8 people to sit here and watch for 5 to 10 minutes on top of that.
Okay.
So Pressy, you have like 15 seconds. Just state your desired outcomes or topics so that we can move on, because this is not helping the
My
team.
desired outcome is planning for hard stop and the payroll.
Cool. Thank you. All right. So that took way too long, but we're done with that. So now we're going to come back in here to the notes, and we're going to do check-ins from each of the groups. So this is going to be like, group summaries, and we'll start with Pressy and Fiasco. Okay. So since we're already on you guys, let's just finish up with you guys, and we're going to do your summary. And someone can help take notes, please.
Yeah.
So who's your summary person, Pressy? Who's doing
Me.
the storytelling? Okay,
Me.
so like 1 minute. This is not a time for 15-minute trainings. Neither is it a time for 5-minute trainings or even 3-minute trainings. This is a 1-minute summary of
We
your desired outcomes
discussed,
and topics and what you accomplished, like what you guys talked about during your buddy team.
We discussed about the executive scheduling and also up verification steps. And
I'm typing, you can just stop.
oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Okay, we discussed about the executive scheduling and also POP verification steps, and that's all. Okay.
And?
Planning for hard stop and also payroll.
Okay, and when you're taking the notes, can you please do it as a list? Right, the goal is that you're listing the priority topics and information so that we can use it during the session as needed. Cool. So that's everything, Pressy? That's the whole thing?
Yes.
All right. So basically, that's very little information for all of the time that you took of everybody's, but maybe you're just not repeating everything. So let's go to the next group. Please be more detailed than Pressy was. Pressy gave a very stale summary and it wasn't clear what they actually did. Maybe they just didn't do a lot and just spent a lot of time on it. So which group would like to go next?
Us, Buddy Team J, Jessica, Albina.
Okay, so buddy team, J, Albina, Jessica.
Yeah, so for Buddy Team J, Albina, Jessica, we discussed about our desired outcomes were to go over Jessica's activation proposal. So our topics are Jessica inactive stroke active proposal, then the LED matrix, payroll issues, success hard stop, recruitment, and SEDM proposal. Those were our topics.
Yeah, and the only thing I would add is just that Jessica was happy to be back, although we still need to go over her inactivity / active status. And we're going to be doing that for a lot of people in the budgeting and everything. Cool. All right. What group wants to go next?
Yeah, me and Temitope. Yeah, BT buddy team, Temitope and Mamun. We talked about payroll issues, also planning for avoiding the hard stops, and also, we just need to know the issues happening on the payroll. Check.
Okay, so first of all, you went way too fast and you didn't, you guys had 10 minutes, so it's like, if you can give a little bit more of a summary and make sure that you can repeat it all so it gets in the notes, because we have nothing in here except for payroll. So can you repeat some of that and be a little more details?
Okay, so we talked about payroll issues and planning for hard stops. What actually we talked about was that we actually should not wait until the last day of the month to actually start talking about payrolls. If it's payrolls, we have to plan ahead. We have to be proactive when it comes to planning, not reactive. Oh, hard stop is in 2 days, in 3 days. We start running around. So what I feel is that we should plan ahead. That's why we have the schedules. That's why we have everything on the calendar. That's why we have all the calendars. If we don't plan ahead with the calendars, then there's actually no need for the calendars or having everything clearly set out. So what I'm saying is that we should proactively now begin to plan ahead. Oh, pay hard stop is in 1 month. What needs to be done? What are the priorities? We only started doing priorities lately. This is what we need to do. That should have been done maybe every week, every month, every week, every month. We have those priorities. So everybody is focused on what should be done to prevent hard stops. On the issue of payroll, calculations of overtime should not wait till the end of the month when payroll has been done to start calculating or having new calculations for overtime. So these things have to be planned for in order for us to guide against putting ourselves in the situations we found ourselves. That's why the planning issue comes up. It's both planning for payroll and planning for hard stop.
Perfect, yes. Agreed. Cool, yeah. All right, so next group. Did we get Gino and Hanel back, or is there anyone else that we're missing?
Yes, I'm here.
Cool, I think that's the last group is Gino and Hanel, and you guys can look at the notes for all the other groups.
Okay.
So who's the storyteller? Gino, Hanel, what's going on?
I'm sorry, what was that?
Who is the storyteller? So at the beginning of your buddy team, you're supposed to assign note taker, timekeeper, storyteller, and policy keeper. So someone's supposed to come here and tell the story. Who's the storyteller?
Gino, but is he not here?
I see him, Gino. I think
Gino
you're
is
on
on
mute.
mute.
I'm here.
I can do
I'm
it.
here. I'm here. No worries. So for our since we've I've made a mistake for joining the wrong hangout. I guess it's policy tracking for that one as well, or a strike. I'm not sure, but it's either of those. We have our check-ins. Then our one of our desired outcomes is for Hanel is to be trained to schedule for a VA work session. She has some questions and clarifications that she wanted to bring up because she's really confused with it. For me, I wasn't able to have any desired outcomes or bring up because like you've already called and we started late, and that's my fault and my part because I joined the wrong hangout, and so far that's all for what we did.
Great. All right. So we did pretty good job. We had 4 buddy teams. I think it's the most we've ever had. And we all got broken up. There was some problems. But I think overall we did a pretty good job. We all came back together. We reported on our groups. We did it all in about a half an hour. So let's do our stretch. Take a breath, do a quick stretch. Yeah. Cool. All right. So we're going to get started into, primarily for full moons, new moons, we do personnel support. This is / life support. So typically in terms of helping people's lives, the most important thing if you need finances and resources is to get your work organized and help each other as a team. So that's basically what we're doing. So we're going to get a clear agenda, which is going to be the people. Okay, so basically our topics is / priority workers in this case. Okay, so you're welcome to talk about life issues, life support, all that kind of stuff. Anything you can bring up, anything you want. You can talk about your organization, your business, but most people bring up their priorities, responsibilities, getting organized, asking questions. This is just your time to do whatever you want. So a couple things here. One, I would like to link the BLN matrix. Also, I want to make sure we're all in the new, the @new full moon on Discord. Can you do that, Gino? Can you double check that we have everybody? And then on the new full moon group, I want to link the BLN matrix questionnaire. And so partly this is for next time, but we do have we got some background noise going on.
Yes, I muted.
Okay.
I'm gonna link the BLN matrix questionnaire.
Great. Yeah. All right. So if people can do that, that'd be great. I mean, obviously, since people haven't done it, we're not going to worry too much about it. What I heard is there's a couple people that are top priority. Obviously, of Jessica, we've got Hanel, we've got Fiaiso. Sorry, I can't spell it correctly. Is there anyone else who's brand new? I think that's it, right? All right. So then from there, we might have like Mamoon, Temi Tope, myself, Bina, Pressy, maybe Pressy, I think that right. Did we miss anyone? All right, so I think that's everybody. So that's one model. Then from the BLN matrix that we have so far, oh, we had Gino. So BLN matrix. So in the BLN matrix, it is, I'm not sure if it's actually correct yet. I'm going to try one other model here. So
Should I put the BLN matrix doc?
So BLN matrix, I'm not 100% sure on this, but this came up with myself. And wait, why is this always headings? We need to stop the headings. So it would be myself at 55. Then we have, it looks like Albina at 31. And then you've got Gino at 29. And then we have 27 and 22. So then Hanel and Pressy. Okay, so that's what it says in the BLN matrix. But I haven't been able to have the time to verify that and actually make sure that's correct. So are there any objections to our priority workers, like basically going through the new workers first, and then we'd have, maybe we could move Gino up? So basically there's kind of like the new workers, the middle workers, and then the OGs. So that would be the priority that I would put. So I don't know if we'll get to everybody, but if we give everybody 5 to 10 minutes, we should be able to get to everyone eventually. Obviously some people are going to take longer, some people might be shorter, it just depends. So are there any questions on the proposal? So the proposal is basically that this would be the order. So maybe instead of doing it like that, we would do it like this. But are there any?
It's okay for me.
Are there any objections?
No objections.
No.
No
None on my
objections.
side.
All right, so then the first person would be Jessica. So just to make sure it's clear, this is the agenda item, right? So during life support and our personnel support, this is part of the support alliance and our support team, our focus for each session is yourself. So this is your time. You get 5 to 10 minutes. If you need 15 minutes, that's fine. Whoever's timekeeper. Do we have a timekeeper? We should have lots of timekeepers.
Yes.
Okay, I will help one second.
Cool. So 5 to 10 minutes each person. So check in every 5 minutes. And we're just going to jump in. And this is your time, Jessica, to basically discuss, talk about, ask for support on anything and everything that you want. It could be personal. It could be in your life. It could be related to the work. It could be some other work or situation, business organization. It could be anything. But it's your time and your space. So we're going to turn it over to you, Jessica, and you can, get us focused on how we can support you.
Okay. Okay. Basically, for me, I had some issues, my family issues, and it was all about. Right now, we are in this pandemic, and we had issues with paying rent, and so I had to handle first things to do with my rent and making my family comfortable. And I got my issues were sorted. I had someone who helped me out, and now I'm back here. I would love to work so that at least I could get something to put in my table for my family. And for the job at FQN, I'd like to know when the budget will be done and also the rankings. I think I can help on that section. I think that is it.
Great. So I heard two specific responsibilities that came up. One was updating the budget, and the other is, updating the HR rankings. So the first thing is that there's also two proposals related to your inactivity and or activity, and so the question is, do we have results from the voting form specifically for those two proposals? And then the proposal basically is, or the options are either one to keep Jessica inactive until we have new updated rankings and budget, or two, to activate Jessica based on the old existing rankings. And in this case, it would be, I think she's ranked very high. And so she would have, I think she would actually have like a quadrant representative option. I don't know, we have to check. So
Yes.
Quadrant rep question mark, and then she's implied that she was interested in doing Plasmo. Interested in the Plasmo accountability commissioner position, which would change Gino's responsibilities and position. All right, so option number one is that we would keep Jessica inactive and wait until we did the updated rankings and budget. And option number two is that we would activate her. She would be part of the existing rankings, and then she would supersede everybody who is ranked lower than her, and we would just go through that right now. Are there any questions about the two options? And do we have any feedback from the voting forms?
Voting forms from, okay. There is, I put it on the decision channel.
Okay, let's take a look. But these are not decisions, though. Voting forms are not decisions.
I put it there.
So if we want to make a separate channel for voting form results, we preliminary results that are not certified, we can. But until it's certified, no decision has been made. This is just like a questionnaire. It's just like a poll to get information on. But until it's certified, there's no decision. All right, anyways, but we can still pull out the information. So reactivate. So where's the proposal to deactivate Jessica? What happened to it?
Oh, sorry, I did not put there. A moment.
Okay. So the proposal to reactivate is 6.67, so that is very close. 6.5 is required, so this is the voting form. So then we want to look at the other proposal, which was
it's 11:45
to inactivate her. So can you add that to the notes, or where are you putting it?
I'm gonna add that on the notes.
Okay.
We have 5 minutes on Jessica, 5 more minutes.
So Jessica, basically for these last 5 minutes, the idea would be to finalize the decision on whether you're inactive or active, and then if activated, we would get you set up into the position that you want to be in, and then we would update the budget and go through all of that. So does that sound good for you?
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, so Pressy, what is the voting on the other option? It's 5.7, is that correct?
Yes. The average is 5.7.
Okay. So let's go ahead and vote again, and then we will finalize this. So option 1, option 2. Who would like to go first? Albina? And you can obviously vote for both if you want to. So Albina, we are human beings. If you could unmute and communicate verbally, that would be great.
sorry, I was on mute.
Great. Okay.
So I'll vote. Let me check on the options.
So the options are
I'll vote
basically
option
to
two.
keep Jessica inactive. Option 2 would be to activate her based on the current rankings. And if someone could get the link to the current rankings, that would be great. So Albina Mamoon, you're voting for option 2?
Yeah.
Okay, do you want to say, do you have a number or you're just voting in general?
Yes, 7.
I'm
Okay,
gonna vote yes 7 for option 2.
okay, press the 7. All right, Gino, do you want to vote?
Hold on. Yes.
Just a yes. Okay, Tame Tope.
Excuse me.
Okay, I don't hear anything from Tame Tope. Anyways, I'll go next. I'm gonna vote no on option 2 and yes on option 1. For me, the problem is just that, you know, the work's not getting done. Like, we should have had the rankings updated weeks ago, and for there not to be any reason to prioritize getting the work done is the whole reason why we're in this entire mess. So for me, it's just unacceptable to not be getting the work done, to not be doing the evaluations, to not be doing the elections, to not be doing the recruitment, to not be doing the updated budgets, to not be doing basically all the work. We didn't do the payroll work correctly. We're not doing the taxes work correctly. Then we're going into hard stop. It's just everything after everything after everything. So I don't see how it's going to help to activate Jessica in the middle of the beginning of a hard stop when she won't really be able to do anything anyways, and we don't have all the work done for the recruitment. So anyways, that's where my decision is, why I'm voting that way. Pressy, did you already vote? Gino, are you voting? Hanel?
Yes, I voted.
Okay. Is anyone else? Temi Tope. I don't think I heard you. Wait, no, Hanel. Everybody, you
Yeah, I
have
voted
to
already.
vote.
I voted
no,
already,
you did
Jay.
not vote. My God. So let me say this again for literally the 50th time. We are human beings, and we are all on Hangout together with audio connection to communicate as human beings. So if
I'm
you
gonna
say that
vote-
you wrote in the notes, that does not mean you voted. You vote by saying, I vote yes
No,
on
okay.
da-da-da for this
Okay.
reason. So when I tell you to vote and you say you already voted, it's just slightly frustrating because you're not treating me like a human being. You're pretending like I'm just a robot and we're just reading something off a screen. It's like, no, we're here communicating as human beings, so please communicate as a human being. Thank you.
No problem, Jay. Thanks.
Okay.
Okay, I'm gonna vote 6 for the option 1.
Okay, and you voted 7 for option 2. All right, so Temi Tope, did you vote?
Yes.
I know.
Yeah, I
I'm gonna
did.
do the
Voted
average.
6.
Okay, Temi
Option
Tope,
1 and
6,
option 2.
option 1 and option 2, the same for both. Okay, and Hanel, did you vote?
I'm going there.
No, you vote with your
I
voice.
voted in option 1 as well as in option 2 already.
Okay.
I voted 5 option 1 and
So
7 option.
guys, just don't say that you voted. Just say your vote. Just say how you're voting. That's what we want to hear. Not that you voted. Just tell us how you're voting. That's what matters.
Option 1, 5, option 2, 7.
Thank you. That makes sense. So basically, you're putting. Cool.
I'm gonna do the average. Oh, okay. I'm gonna add Mamoon.
Also, I just want to mention for Jessica and everybody, my vote would be very, very different if you simply followed the policies and took leave. You know, it's like it takes 30 seconds to write a Discord message to say like, hey, I'm in a difficult situation. I need to take a week or 2 off. I'll be back on September 1st or September 5th or whenever. We'll communicate then. That's all that's required to take leave. And that's how you follow the policies so you don't get removed from the budget. So if anyone has any questions about taking leave, please do ask. All right, so is there any more averaging that needs to be done, or are these correct averages?
I'm gonna check again.
You're gonna check again.
Anything added? 1, 2. Oh, there is. Oh, sorry. It's a no one. I'm gonna check it again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay, it's gonna be 5.20.
5.29.
Okay. 5.29. 5. So I can.
Okay, just to remind everybody, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 5.28. Okay, so just to remind everybody, just because one option has more higher ranking than the other option does not mean it's passed. Neither of these actually pass. Okay, so
None.
what we're going to do now is we're going to propose. So this is the way it works. So first you take all your options. There could be 20 different options and we could rank all the options. In this case, we have 2 options. Okay, so we rank the 2 options. There could be 20 options. It would be exactly the same process. Whatever option has the most highest ranking, you propose first. And then you vote on it and you get a proposal. So this one has slightly higher. They're both pretty low. So we don't know which one of these may or may not pass. Once you propose one of the options, if it doesn't pass, then you automatically go to the other one. Okay?
We already passed 13 minutes for Jessica.
Cool.
Yeah.
All right, so the proposal is to keep Jessica inactive until we have new updated rankings and budget, which could technically, if I did it, would take me, I don't know, maybe an hour and a half to 2.5 hours. Definitely less than 3 hours. So as far as like actually doing work, we're talking about like 1/10 of a day of actual work that needs to be done. But with the way that this team does work, it probably like 1 to 2 weeks, maybe longer, who knows, but it's just because no one does the work. If anyone wanted to step up and do the work, it could be very quick. All right, so proposal is this. Are there any questions about the proposal?
None.
Are there any concerns?
No.
I'm assuming the concern is that basically it affects Jessica and she would have to wait or do IRT for independent recruitment team to make sure that someone is working on the rankings and budget. All right, any other concerns? All right, so we're gonna do a final vote on this. We'll see how it goes. Let's just grab everybody here. So also Jessica can vote on both of these as well. I don't think you've actually voted before, did you? Anyone see a vote from Jessica?
No.
Huh, that's not good. So
Jessica does it.
she disappeared?
Do I have to vote?
Well, no one has to vote, but basically you'd be a 5 on both because you abstained. Or no, basically you'd be a 0 because you did not vote. 0 did not vote. But no, but you have the power just like anyone else. Everyone has equal power, so did not vote. But we should have noted that beforehand. Okay, let's delete everybody here, and then we're voting. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Is there anyone we're missing here? I think it's everybody. So Albina.
Fisayo?
What? Pressy?
Fisayo is still here?
Is who?
Fisayo.
I guess Fisayo didn't vote either. So Fisayo, you can vote if you'd like to.
I'd rather not.
So that's fine. So that would be a 0. Not voting. All right, Albina.
Okay, I'm voting 5.
Mamoon.
4.
4. Temitope. Gino.
6.
Temitope is a 6. Gino.
I'm voting 9.
9. Myself, I vote a 7.5. Pressy,
We're gonna vote 6.5.
6.5. Hanel,
5.5.
Jessica,
8.
8. Okay. All right. So I don't know if it would have passed without Jessica, but with Jessica, it might pass. You understand, Jessica, that this would be keeping you inactive, right?
Yeah.
Okay. Also, technically speaking, under our policies, you can't really do a 9. It would be like an 8 for Gino because 9s involve everybody giving 8s and 9s. So that means that everybody votes the same or votes yes.
Am I correct? Is it over 9 or over 8?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8.
It's 8 because FISA didn't vote.
Okay. So 5.
I don't know if it passes anyways. I get 6.31.
Point 31.
6.31.
Eventually, we should have our voting spreadsheets. We can get through this even quicker. But we're going really good right now. We're doing good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, so 6.31, so it does not pass. So that is a red. All right, so this is the last vote. Option number 2. So the proposal is to activate Jessica based on the old existing rankings. So if we do this, we need to get the rankings. We're going to go through it. We're going to need to update it all. So are there any questions about the proposal?
No.
No, I don't have any.
Okay, are there any concerns?
No.
My concerns are mainly, everything from policy issues. I would definitely like Jessica to fill out policy tracking in relationship to not taking leave. And then also there's the budget issues. For me, there's issues related to actually, stepping up and doing work and the changing all the positions around. So anyways, there are concerns. So let's go. Are there any other concerns?
That affect her lifestyle, maybe? I don't know.
What?
That, well, I don't know if this come to this session, but that affect his lifestyle.
20 minutes for Jessica.
You mean be getting paid more money? Is that what you're talking about?
No.
So the proposal is to activate Jessica, which would pay her money. So what is your concern again?
That if he doesn't get it, that affect her personally.
I think you're talking about the other proposal, that the other proposal would negatively affect her pay. This proposal positively would pay her. It would negatively affect other people. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay, so anyways, I'm not sure what you're saying, but anyways, let's vote real quick. Albina. No, Albina?
Okay. I'll vote 7. Yes.
Mamoon.
I vote 7.
Okay, Gina.
I'll vote 4.
4. Temi Tope.
I vote 6.
6. Myself, I'm gonna vote a 5. I'm just gonna abstain. Neutral abstain. Pressy.
6.
6. Hanel.
5.
Abstain as well. Jessica.
9.
That'll be an 8. And again, the reason why it's an 8 is because a 9 stands for congruency, where everybody's voting 7s, 8s, and 9s. You have consensus, so unless there's that, you can't vote 9. FISO.
I'm not voting.
Not voting. 0. Okay, so let's average that out. I think it passes. I'm not 100% sure. So if it does pass, we need the rankings, and we need to make sure we're updating the positions. So let's link the 80° East recruitment doc.
Let me see again. 7 plus 7.
Are we also including someone who did vote? Like they are not voting.
1, 2.
No, if you don't vote, you're not included. It's like a,
Okay.
it's a 0 is basically like an X. It's not. It's like you didn't vote. You didn't participate. So and you can actually you can basically like cross them out and they're just not included. Like it's the same thing as like when we have multiple options and some people vote for one option but don't vote the other option, it doesn't affect the average, right? Because they just basically are not voting for that option. All right, so I get a 6.
Yes.
Okay. So we are on the same page that this does not pass as well?
Yes.
Okay, so this goes back to policies then. So the policy is either one, so basically the policy is that we revert back to the original decision. Like we were not able to make a decision, so we automatically revert back to the previous decision. So my understanding is either one, the previous decision was that, you know, if you go all the way back, we never got final certification on inactivity, which would mean that that you would automatically go towards active. So that's one option of looking at it. On the other side, you could say that during real-time meetings, we got agreement on deactivating, but this is a real-time meeting and we didn't get agreement on it. So I think that would be not applicable. Does that make sense? Right, so during the real-time meetings, we all voted and we agreed to deactivate Jessica when she was no longer involved. And this meeting, we didn't agree to that. So the idea is that the previous decisions that we made during real-time meetings are basically not applicable because we were no longer able to withhold that. And then in the online voting, it was never approved. So basically, if the online vote had approved, then the official decision would have been to inactivate, in which case we would go to that. But because the online decision wasn't approved, under our policies, we revert back to the original decision, which is that she was already activated and that we did not get agreement on deactivating her. So does that make sense?
25 minutes on.
Yeah, it does.
Cool. So the proposal, just to make sure we're on the same page, is that the original decision is to revert back to active status because our real-time meeting could not uphold the decision to deactivate, and the voting form did not pass the deactivation. All right, so are there any questions about the proposal and the policy? This is basically a policy implementation proposal. Are there any concerns? Are there any objections? Cool. So I know that took a little while, but that's someone's life. It's like their pay, their livelihood, and everything. So spending a half an hour deciding whether someone can make money is helpful for them. And so also in relationship to the policies, it's really important to learn how, even with a complicated situation where you have different decision making, whether it's real time or whether it's on the voting form, based on our policies, it's always possible to root back to the original decision so that there's always an out. All right, so even if it was more complicated than this, there would still be a couple other steps that we could attain to get a final answer and know where everything stands. But that's how it stands right now. All right, so we're going to take a 5-minute break. When we come back, we're going to switch gears and go to Hanal. Okay?
Yes.
So a 5-minute break, and then we're going to go to Hanal. Are there any last questions on Jessica? Jessica, anything that you know of responsibilities you need to work on would be the highest priority. Otherwise, you're basically, we're going into hard stop, and then you could just keep coming to the main sessions to get more training, etc., and communicate. Oh, and also there's actually another step we forgot for Jessica. We need the list of. I already asked for this. This is the 3rd time I'm asking for it, maybe the 4th time I'm asking for it. So we need the rankings. So copy and paste rankings, and then there they are. And then we also need the 80° East recruitment process doc. Recruitment process. All right. So if we can get those two, and we're taking a 5-minute break, we'll just finish up here. But it looks like Jessica is ranked 3rd. So, Jessica, the questions for you, Jessica, are, let's just do this real quick. This is super quick and easy. So, Jessica, question 1. Do you want to take on the Africa Quadrant representative position?
Yeah.
Yes?
Yes.
Okay, so that would take it over from Teme Tope. And then the question is, what position do you want? Oh, this is the representative power, right? So the quad representative isn't really a position. It eventually might have a position, but it doesn't really have a position. So the next one is, what position do you want?
The accountability commissioner.
Right, so that's called Plasma Accountability Commissioner. All right, so are there any questions about the position, changing on the positions? Well, actually, let's just finish up the position. So then, Gino, that affects your position. What would be an alternate position for you that you'd want to take?
What's the available positions?
All right, so 80° recruitment doc. So obviously there's always Canopy. There's the activity role, which we know about that one. All right, then we've got, let's see, your ranking is above Mamoon. So Mamoon is staffing. Oh wait, no, Mamoon, basically Mamoon took over because you did not want to be the quadrant representative. So technically speaking,
Yes.
Gino, you still have the option to do the quadrant representative. Otherwise, it automatically reverts to Mamoon first.
My decision remains the same.
What?
My decision remains the same.
Yeah,
With
so
I'll
Mamoon,
pass on.
so Mamoon is the quadrant representative, though. So he technically outranks you on the quadrant level. So he gets to choose the staffing position. So what's left is the pandemic and Canopy. And then this one, instead of Gino, is going to be Jessica. I think it's it. So I think there's just the three positions that are options. There's deputy, Canopy, pandemic. And the canopy is the asset management. And I
I'll
believe you
go with
already
second
have.
deputy.
I think you already have the canopy. The canopy role, right? I mean, you're already in canopy, right? So, anyways, if you do the deputy position, that also
No, I
includes
mean
canopy as
second
well.
deputy.
Yeah, you can do the deputy. It's fine. And the canopy is included as part of the deputy as well. So, anyways, if you want to try the deputy position, you can. You didn't work out so well last time on that. So, you sure you want to do it again? You want to try again? Gino?
I mean, my sleep schedule is very different now, so I guess so.
You might work better for you because you're busy during the day with all your school.
I think it would be.
That's
Yeah,
funny.
my
All right.
sleep schedule is quite different now compared to before.
All right. Anyways, well, you can always try it out, and then we can always change. Plus, this is temporary, possibly for just a few days or a week, because we are in
Yes,
because we're
and
in the
I
middle
sleep
of
very
the
late
recruitment.
as well.
Yeah. So this could just be temporary for just a few weeks until someone does the work. So, are there any objections to Jessica taking on your Africa Quadrant representative and the accountability commissioner for Plasma, and then Gino taking on the activity team deputy role? And see how that works out. And Friday's the next meeting for that. So, any objections to the new positions? Okay, so 5-minute break. When we get back, we're going on to Hanel.
No.
No.
All right, so we're taking a 5-minute break.
No.
No.
We're taking 5-minute break.
Okay.
Okay.
It's 12:15.
Anyone back?
I'm here.
I'm here.
All right.
I'm here.
So Hanel, that's all we need. So it's your turn to talk about whatever you want.
Okay, I want to ask. I want to open a bank account here in Panama, and they are asking me for an employment letter. Is that possible inside this organization?
I think so. So what is an employment ledger?
It's something. It's like a letter.
Like a
Where-
proof of pay or proof of payroll?
Exactly, like a proof of that I'm working for this organization.
Wait,
Appointment letter.
Did you say a letter or a ledger?
Employment letter.
Appointment letter, something.
Letter as in like an email, or letter as in like a ledger?
It could be an PDF letter, actually.
Can you spell it?
Letter?
L-E-T-T-E-R.
Letter.
Okay.
Yes.
Con carta. All right, so that sounds good. So the answer is yes, yes, and more yes. So that would be a responsibility to draft Hanel employment letter. Usually we just do it, to whom it may concern. Do you want it in Spanish?
No, I don't think it would be necessary, but thank you.
So English?
English is okay.
Okay, cool. Yeah, that shouldn't be a problem. So does anyone want to take that on as a
I can send you even the example that they want.
Perfect.
So,
Okay, so that would be your responsibility, Hanel, to draft that, ideally
Yes.
in a Google document, and then we can put our letterhead on it and just update it and get it all finalized. It'll be fine.
oh, okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, that's not a problem.
Okay. Going through the VA sessions. I think I finally got it. I was really confused because of the priorities and responsibilities I have as a deputy position. But I think the work that I have to do is like it's everyone's work. I don't know how to say. It's like I take my own responsibilities from the people that I work with. I don't know if it's that correct. And I have left stage 5, levels and badges. I don't know if we can do it here. Responsibility 10.
Through the 9.
Is there anything else before we go into them, or?
No, that's all.
Okay, so if someone can link the levels and badges spreadsheet, that would be helpful. So,
Okay, I link.
I will.
Thank you. So for the VA sessions in the deputy position, let me just tell you the ideal model that I had set up, and then we'll deal with where we are now. So the ideal model would be that you just do the scheduling, and you just schedule with me to do the VA sessions, and then you have training and videos and simple general worker responsibilities that you're required to be doing, so that during the sessions you had work that you could work on your own while I'm working on my work as the executive, right? So as in an executive
Exactly.
VA session, you're required to have work to do. So the problem is
Yes.
you're like you're not responsible, and you don't even need to worry about any of my work. Like my work, the actual executive work that I'm doing is
Yeah.
not of your concern,
Okay.
right? What is of your concern is to be present and to support the space and the work and follow the policies, including having your own work to do. And then we will communicate and you can learn about it, about what's going on. But typically a well-run executive VA session would go over potentially 5, 10, 15, 20 different topics, most of what you wouldn't understand or know about, right?
Exactly.
So-
I'm sorry that I interrupt you, but the main thing is because you ask for work. When I schedule a VA session, you ask if I bring some work. That's where I got confused with scheduling the VA session. Because if I only want to see or to learn or like apprenticeship, I mean, what type of work should I bring to a
5
VA
minutes on
session?
Hannah.
So again, going back to the ideal is that you would have had dozens of hours of training, video trainings, all the steps for stage 5, all the steps for the canopy, everything. And instead you spent 30, 40, 50 hours on all of those trainings. You watched all the videos and you already did
That's
it all.
true.
Which
Yes,
was against policy, and you never should have done that. And we also made a mistake that we didn't clarify enough for all of the new workers that we said it over and over and over again, but we didn't really force it. That was one step at a time. And instead you did like 20 things all at once, and you didn't actually really stop and learn anything, and you didn't actually bring anything back to any other communication. So basically you did all this training for little to no reason because you're not using any of it, and like it's just it's very unfortunate. So at this time it's just very difficult for me because the last thing I need is to work with somebody who has nothing to work on, right? Like
exactly.
it's much
I
better
understand completely.
for you to have trainings and videos to watch to do. So maybe once we get you into stage 6 we could play around a little with that. But it's gonna just take time to learn, and also you need to go onto your own to schedule with other workers to get training on the topics and the other work that you want to do, right? That's up to you to schedule regular buddy team sessions with other workers to learn things, right? On HardStop, which we're going to HardStop now, it's no longer applicable. So anyone who schedules training sessions would be against HardStop policy.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's okay.
So, but I don't know how to, maybe someone else can try to explain it better. I don't know if Albina or Pressy or Moon or anyone can try to explain it, but I have been completely incapable of trying to communicate and explain it to Hanel on how to do the VA work.
No, now I get it. Now I get it because I mean,
no,
when
don't
you
say
told
that,
me,
please. Like that's
well,
like I tell people all the time to not say that you get something. Show us that you get it. Do the work, right? That's what matters, right? So you can say anything you want to, but if you had gotten it, and if you got it, you would have already done it. You didn't do it, you don't get it. So let's have someone explain it again to just make sure, okay?
Okay.
Right? This happens all the time. Pressy says, oh, I understand everything. Oh, I get everything. And it's like, no, she actually doesn't. Otherwise, we would have already had the payroll done. Right? If Pressy got the payroll, it would have already been done. So she can say as many times as she wants to that she gets it. It's nonsense because obviously she doesn't. Right? And the proof is that she didn't do the work. Like if you get it and you got it, would have been done already. That's how I define people understanding and getting work, because the work would already be done if you understood it. So does anyone want to try to explain to Hanel how to do VA session and bring work to the session? Like self-driven work, whatever. And we're going on week 3 with Hanel with still not having a successful VA session.
Okay, I can try to explain a bit. So, during the VA session, someone must have something to focus on. So the issue with Hanel is that you're watching videos, you're watching lots of videos at your free time. Then when it comes to VA scheduling, you don't have anything else to focus on. So that is why nothing is happening during the VA. So if maybe you can just have, if you arrange the videos, maybe you do it during, like you can set up a video, which one you can watch during the VA session. That will be a little better to make sure that VA is happening.
Okay.
Yeah, so one at a time. Don't just pile everything together. Like you are watching videos, you can spend like 3 hours consecutively watching videos. So that one is a bit not going to work. Just have something to focus on during the VA scheduling.
Okay.
Also, I do believe there's still like 4 or 5 or 6 policies that I don't know if you ever tracked, that I want to make sure we get on the policy tracking. Also, for all of you, now that we're going to everyone tracking their own strikes and their own policy tracking, it's up to you to update your total strikes and your total policy. So every time you track your policy, you want to update it and be like, okay, now I have 10 policies that I've tracked. Now I have 11 policies. Now I have 12. So you're just constantly adding to your policy tracking and your strikes. I have 22 strikes. I have 28 strikes. I have 50 strikes, right? So it's just like you always want to know how many strikes and policy tracking you have at all times. And it's just simply whenever you get a strike, you add another number to your previous number. So it should be pretty simple, especially on Discord, to just keep track of it.
Okay.
So, Hanel, do you want to try to explain like what you're going to do for the VA sessions, and then we'll go on to the badges?
Do you want me to schedule a VA session?
You can do whatever you want, but the point is do you understand? Like, can you repeat?
Yes.
Yeah, so if you understand, can you repeat back what you're going to do?
Well, first, what I'm going to do is to schedule VA sessions with Jello team to get some training about some work that I need to work on.
Does anyone want to respond to that for Hanel, or do I need to respond?
Hanel, the VA session is only with Jay. VA session is usually to assist Jay with
that's not what she talked
with
about.
the priorities.
She didn't say anything about the VA session. She
Yes,
said
I
she
said
wanted to
VA
schedule
session.
a Jello
It's okay,
team.
Pressy. I got it wrong. So what should I do? VT sessions?
You said you were going to schedule Jello team sessions to get training. That was all very, very clear. So instead of Pressy responding to the actual issue, Pressy brought up something totally separate. So the correct answer was
I misunderstood it.
Yeah, so the correct answer was that that would have been fine yesterday, but now during hard stop, you can no longer schedule Jello team training sessions with the team.
Yes, I know.
Until hard stop is over. So that's great for maybe a week or two from now, but if you want to do anything now, that's not applicable.
Okay.
That would be the correct answer. So, Pressy, did you want to add anything to that?
None. I think that was good.
That's unfortunate. So
thank you, Pressy.
So Hanel, is there anything else that you could do?
There are a lot of priorities in your and that I have from you, like planning, bills, and some other things that I want to work on.
Okay, it's not about me. This is about you and your responsibilities, not my responsibilities. So can anyone else
to fulfill my responsibility, because my number one priority is to schedule VA sessions.
Okay, so then let's talk about that. That's your priority and your primary responsibility. It's a responsibility is scheduling VA sessions for the activity team. So how are you going to do that?
Oh, well, I don't know if I don't have the training for some other work. I don't know how to do it.
Okay, so just to make sure we're on the same page, you don't understand what to do. Is that correct?
Don't understand or
You don't know
no?
what to do, or you don't
I
understand what to do.
I have to schedule a video session with you, but I don't have the training to do some work.
Okay, so does anyone have any other ideas, Presley or anyone?
What is your question again, Hannah?
No, it wasn't a question.
Okay. So from what I understand is during the VA session, all you need is to schedule, bring something to work on, like for you, videos or training notes, which is be helpful. It's not necessary that you're gonna work on the videos and training notes until you and Jay are separate your way, and focus on your own responsibilities. Most of the time, unlike for me, when I have a base session with Jay, on the first part, we are being together to do what is needed, and then sometimes we part our ways and focus on our own responsibilities. It's not necessary to focus on your work alone until
Yes.
it is needed.
Okay.
So my understanding is the problem is that Hanel is not sure what work she should bring. So Presley, it was very helpful to explain that again, but you didn't actually give her actual specific work that she can bring. It was very general, just like bring work. But her problem is that she doesn't know
Just
what
an
work to
example.
bring. She needs specific work that she can bring. So can anyone think of anything?
The work that you can bring.
Mm-hmm. Can anyone think of work that she could bring if we were not on hard stop?
She can bring without hard stop.
Self-driven work
Training.
like probably responsibility, organizing on responsibilities given to her in her deputy position.
Okay.
New position doc.
I tried that.
Position organizing.
I tried that.
Training videos.
Training videos. Okay, but what training videos? This is the problem, is that training videos is not
Like for example, for
here.
the canopy.
Okay, but did you
Canopy
already do all the
training
training videos for Canopy, right, Hannah?
No, I haven't.
Okay, so
Not
what?
not even the Jello team training. I haven't.
The Jello team training
Watch.
is stage 5. Stage 5 is Jello team.
Yeah, exactly.
You already did stage 5, didn't you?
No, I haven't watched that video.
What video?
The Jello team.
There is no Jello
video.
team video. There's no such thing as a Jello team video.
It is called Jello working training.
Does anyone know what that is or why it would even exist? What part of what I want to make sure is really clear is that nobody is watching videos for watching videos. That is completely besides the point. Everything is organized based on responsibility, and you always have a specific responsibility, and your goal is to accomplish the responsibility. For example, responsibility number 3 of stage 5 is to get organized and to have your priorities and responsibilities organized and clear. That is your primary problem, Hanel, is you are not achieving the goal of responsibility 3 of stage 5. So whoever did responsibility 3 of stage 5 with Hanel should do policy tracking because you did a terrible job, right? She never ever should have gotten through responsibility 3 of stage 5, and now everyone should be able to see how horrible it is for the entire team to allow someone to go through stage 3, responsibility 3 of stage 5 without understanding it and getting it correct, right? because that has caused just a chain reaction of disaster, probably 10 to 15 hours of wasted time and problems and emotional issues and distractions and preventing any work from getting done, for many, many hours, and it's just ongoing, right? So I don't know who is responsible for doing that, but it's really about going back to responsibility number 3 of stage 5. And you got to understand that it's not watching a video. You don't watch a video and then move on to the next responsibility. It has nothing to do with the video watching. It's all about the responsibility and the outcome of actually learning and verifying that the new recruit understands the work. Right? The video is irrespective. What?
On stage 5 process, all of it is not organized. We were to simplify on it. So I'll schedule and work on it. Simplify everything from responsibility 0 to 10.
Sure.
So initially, it was just initial information on that. So I don't know if I'm the one to track the policy because I'm not the one who came up with it at the first. I don't know.
I don't know what you're trying to say, Albina, but yes, we want to improve on our systems for sure. But the point that I'm trying to make has nothing to do with who made the systems or who's not updating the systems or all that. What I'm talking about is simply that the foundational principle of training.
20 minutes on Hanel.
Okay, so the foundational principle on training is learning the responsibility. Right? The actual watching of the video doesn't matter. So if someone says like, oh, I want to watch the Jello video like we're talking about right now, let's just watch this Jello video. There is literally no point in watching a video if it doesn't have a specific responsibility with a specific set of criteria that needs to be reviewed and asked in a real-time buddy team session to make sure that that worker understands the responsibility and achieve the goal of learning it. Otherwise, they can't move on from that training. Does everyone understand or not? Because you do one training at a time, and you need to make sure that the worker learns the work of that responsibility. Otherwise, it's pointless to move on to the next video or the next training because they won't learn anything because they haven't learned the first one. So then how are they ever going to learn the next one? Do you guys get it?
Yeah.
So one single training at a time. So I don't know who it was, but I think it might have been Albina. Other people were going through multiple trainings simultaneously with new recruits where you were doing like, training number 5, 6, 7, 8, all at the same time in the same session, for stage 5, right? Or canopy or whatever it is, right? That needs to stop, right? We need to actually focus on attaining the goal of the work, and it's not about speed. In fact, in my perspective, focusing on one training at a time and doing one step at a time is actually much, much, much faster. For exactly what we're dealing with right now is basically Hanel doesn't have any idea what she's doing and she can't do any work because it was just like this huge mass of training and watching all the videos, doing all this stuff. She spent 50 hours on that without us knowing that she even worked more than 10 hours. So she did 5 times more, at least 5 times more work than I even knew she was doing. And she watched all the videos and now it's just a really difficult situation. And I don't know exactly how to solve it, but I feel like we will be able to figure it out. So ideally for me, if we were not on hard stop, the primary work that needs to get done that's very simple is recruitment, super simple, budget, super simple, payroll, super simple. Anyone could do all of those things easily, and then secondarily you have documentations, and it goes on and on and on. So the communications, there's so many easy, simple responsibilities that anyone can take on related to recruitment, budget, payroll, with a few simple trainings, right? It'd be so easy to do that. They would take like a couple hours, right? So anyone could have done that with Hanel, but they didn't, right? So now that we're on hard stop, the training needs to stop. Oh, another thing that we could have done is we could just finish stage 5, and then on stage 6 it would allow for some more videos, but it's still not going to be the best for that. So anyways, I mean, I don't know exactly what to say, but it might just be a situation where it's just unfortunate, the situation where we're in, and Hanel might just have to wait until after the hard stop is over to continue your training. You know,
Okay.
I just don't know. We'll just have to try to figure. So anyone else has any other ideas of work that you could do if it wasn't hard stop? Because I can think of dozens of things if we did not have hard stop. It would not be a problem.
This is just keep this simple. It need to have clear priorities and responsibilities, and that's it.
I'm sorry, I didn't get it. I'm sorry.
I mean, you just have to get clear priorities and responsibilities. That's all.
Yeah, and so a better way of saying that is you need your responsibilities to be organized, and the numbers, responsibility number 3 of stage 5 that's the responsibility of being organized as a worker, as your responsibility. So that's the responsibility that needs the most focus and training and review and all that. And I think that's also a problem with all of us, right? So, and that's also part of our life support is helping people get organized. So anyways, lots to go through here. I feel like unless anyone has a specific idea, the best thing to do is just move on.
25 minutes on Hanel.
Cool. So let's just go ahead and say this is a major issue. And so we want to put this as a next step. So can someone make sure this gets onto our next steps? Can someone make sure this gets into next steps?
How to deal with
Come again, Jay. What was the question?
So we're gonna move on, but the next step is that we need to continue to figure out, this is an issue, right? So the issue is that Hanel needs training and work for VA sessions during hard stop, and we don't have an answer to that problem. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So can someone make sure that's added to our next steps? I mean, I feel like what we need is just a new work channel for next steps so that we don't lose the next steps. So let's just do a new channel, next steps, because we always talk about next steps, but then we never do it. So this would technically be part of session support, but I added a next steps channel under work. Maybe it should go under executive. Actually, it's part of staffing. I'm going to call this an executive level just because it is complicated. Next steps is very high level complicated. All right.
Okay.
I don't know. Oh wait, I know how to do this.
Also, Jay, I also think the next steps should also include every new recruit. Every position that we are recruiting for, we should actually have a designed responsibility and priorities for them. So we know what they are coming in to do already. It is not when they get inside, we start fashioning out where they would fit in, what they would do. Let us create a kind of responsibility doc for every position. So you're coming in, you have your responsibility quite spelled out. Because if Hanel is coming in for the position she's coming in, and at this point, 3 weeks in, she's still not getting what position, then I think for us as a team, it's a failure from our part. I don't see it more as Hanel's responsibility to design her own roles and responsibilities. We should have done that, and all she needs to do is come in and start to perform those roles and responsibilities. And whenever she has issues, she can actually come back to us to say, oh, I have issues with this, I have issues with that. But just having a clean template without anything in it and bringing in people it's a form of we cause confusion along the line, and that's why we have so many people coming in, and we don't actually know where to fix them in, what to do, and we spend so much time trying to organize new recruits, and we end up losing so much new recruits after trying to teach them. We waste our times, we waste their times, and we waste the time of the organization. So I feel we should have that next step as a template, responsibilities and roles for every position or anybody coming in for any position. You come in, you are in the budget, you have your roles and your responsibility given to you. Then you can now start looking at the organizing responsibility organizing to see how you organize those roles. Not having responsibility organizing and not having roles. It's the other way around. So when you come in, you have your roles and your responsibility, then you see the responsibility organizing, then you know how to organize your responsibility and your roles. So I feel that should be our next step going forward, because I've been here for some time and I'm seeing this confusion everywhere. I have been in her shoes. It took me months to and I was being paid for those months. But if I get in and I understand those things, it will reduce the time of being paid, it will reduce the time spent on those things, and it will actually move me forward in getting things done, rather than waiting all this while to really get in the groove of FQN. I hope I'm making some sense.
Okay, well, I mean, I can respond here, but I mean, I feel bad about taking up Hanel's time, but I'll just say one, if someone could link and send in the new full moon group and on Discord, and link the deputy position doc with the roles and responsibilities, and send that to Teme Tope. I feel like that would be very helpful. Can someone do that?
Deputy training doc.
No, the deputy position doc.
Primary deputy position doc.
Yeah. So
Okay.
link and send to Teme Tope, or you can link it here and or send it on Discord to Teme Tope. Can you do that?
I send it on Discord and I'm gonna put it here.
So I guess for me, I mean, obviously there's nothing to disagree with. It's just a matter of two things. One is that I feel like we already all agreed on that, and we have our new positions and everybody has a role of getting the positions set up. And then the second thing is it's great to want to do that. The question is, how do you do that? And my answer to how to do that is to schedule buddy team sessions. And for me, that seems like the problem. So I don't know, Teme Tope, if you have a different answer of how to get the work done. My answer is
now,
that
for
we
instance, the
schedule
new
buddy team
recruits
sessions.
the new recruits came in. Now, I'll take Fisayo and Mara's issue, for example. They came in, they were asking questions. I felt that, okay, the first thing for them is to know what the processes are. So I took them on to explain to them the processes so that they will understand and know the next step. Okay, you come up and you say, okay, it's canopy. Then Zulu goes in, does canopy training with them. And you come up back and say, no, Zulu should not have trained them. All these things should be spelled out. So now I've spent 1.5 hours, Zulu has spent 1 hour, making 2.5 hours, training, and still that is not what we should do. We cannot keep going on like that. We cannot keep going on. We need to have a scheduled way of doing things. We have schedules, but we don't follow the schedules. We don't follow them. Either we don't follow them, or even it doesn't make sense. If we have schedules and these schedules are not working, they are not giving us desired results. A wise man once said that if you are doing something and you're not getting positive results and you keep doing it, then you are mad. So if we're doing something that is not working, we need to change it and get something done that will give us results. Jay, these processes are not giving us results. They are not giving us results. We have to look for better ways to do things to get results. I am tired of having to hear you saying that we are not getting outputs. I am tired. And I feel that something has to be done about it so that we start getting outputs. If somebody has trained for 2.5 hours, we've done trainings and the rest, and it's still not the desired output, then Jay, we need to change our processes. I'm passionate about getting people sorted out. I'm passionate about getting people working. I'm passionate about working and being paid for what I'm working for.
I don't want to sit around and do things repetitively and not getting results. I'm not cut out for that. I'm coming from a 13 years experience in supply chain, so I understand how things should be. And if I'm coming here to come and sit down and look around, move up and down, then I advise that we look at our processes and get things done so that we start having results. If we don't do it, we'll just keep going around circles and circles and circles and circles like I've been going around with. And we will not get anything done. Let us clearly set out their responsibility. Let them come in and everybody knows what to do from day one. It is not that you come in and you start to form your own responsibility. You start to get responsibilities. We did 2 trainings for them. And at the end of the day, it still was not worth it. Why? Because there was no template for what they should do when they come in. We had a template of training for Jello. You said, no, that is not what is going. What is their own training process? What is their own induction process? What is it that they need to do to be inducted into FQN? There is nothing clearly spelled out.
Okay, so my question to you, Temitope, is are you passionate enough to schedule with me and do like 10 sessions to get that all hashed out? Or is it just talk?
I am passionate to schedule with you and do test sessions.
Yeah,
but the challenge is, are you passionate enough to want to look at it as a serious issue in FQN? It depends on you. I see it as an issue. You might not see it as an issue. Because I've been here for 3 months and I see it's the same circle. We keep going around circles and circles and circles. Policy tracking, policy this, policy that. This has to change. We really need to move on if we really want to change the world, in quote. We really need to start with changing ourselves, changing the things we do. We cannot change the world if we cannot change ourselves. So if it depends on you, I want to schedule, I want us to plan, I want us to change these things and get these things sorted out and make it simpler. So everybody comes in, you know what to do, you know where you fit in, and we get things moving. And it takes more responsibility off your shoulders. It takes more. Because you're having to do everything. Everything you do it. Why? Because you're the only one that understands how to do it. We don't understand. Even Albina that's been here for a long time, she does not know most of what you come up with every time. So you really need to make this thing simpler for us to be able to fit in and get this job done. If not, we will just keep going around circles and circles and circles. I am willing. Are you willing?
So, I mean, I just want to be honest that I don't feel good about the connotation and the intonation and just the vibes of basically, you know, feeling like you're I mean, the idea that I wouldn't be willing to do the work. And I'm sitting here doing most things by myself, like, you know, 50, 60 hours a week. I don't know how many hours you work per week. But for me, it's just like, you know, that's not the right question. So for me, we need to address the issues and we need to go through, you know, for me, there's a vibes. We need to understand if there's contention or whatever, but the answer is, of course, I don't understand why you would need to ask whether or not I am committed or passionate about the work, because I've been doing this and I basically dedicated my whole life to this and am hoping to work with people. For me, there are many, many different issues and many problems. So just for example, you know, and for me, it's all real time. Everything's real time. Nothing happens any other time except for the present moment. Right? And right now we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 people, not including myself, who are all being paid. I don't know how much money we're spending, but it's probably like $50 an hour, maybe more, $50 to $60 an hour. And not a single person can even take notes in the present moment. So for me, it's like, if we can't fix that, I don't care what we're trying to do, it none of it makes sense. Like, there should never be a time where I ever have to ask for anyone to take notes, because you're paid to do that. right? So if I have to ask 3 or 4 times per session, we have 4 or 5 main sessions per week,
It's 1 o'clock.
and that's multiplied times, 4, like, so it's like 10 to 20 sessions per month, and I have to ask 4 times per sessions to do notes, and then you have all the buddy teams on top of it where people don't take notes. It's like 50, 60, 70, 80 times per month I ask people to take notes because no one's taking notes. Like that, it shouldn't even be of issue. The notes should just be automatically happening. Right? So for me, there's no difference. It's like if no one's going to take notes during the session when it's literally your job here, we're paying 8 people to take notes and to support the session in the present moment. I don't care what you're saying or what you're talking about, it's not going to happen. Because if we can't even do the basic stuff in the present moment, all the other stuff obviously is not going to be getting done. Right? So I understand where you're coming from, Temitope, and we can solve the problems. We could start by scheduling, but I think it's better to make sure the issues are clear, understand if there's contention and vibes that needs to be addressed, and just go through it, But I'm obviously committed to it, and I mean, I don't know if we want to move on from Hanel and basically skip the level and badges. Like, I'm fine skipping the level and badges. If you have more you want to go through Temitope, we can, and then we can get to Fiaso, but I'm committed to as long as it takes.
Okay, so I'll schedule with you, then we'll see how we can move ahead and make and see the suggestions I have. Now that you have made it that I'll schedule planning, VA session planning, so I will look at the plans and see how we can fashion our plans that would...
I don't think this
I
is
think I have some
VA
ideas,
session.
but I don't know, but I have some ideas and I feel it will go a long way to help us.
Yeah, so
Because
I mean,
sincerely, I really need us to have a change. I feel the challenges that you're going through, doing everything yourself. And we coming to just, in quotes, at the end of the month, collect and go. No, we should make some impact. We should do some things. Our lives should become better from working with you. We could start from somewhere. Sincerely, Jay. Sincerely.
yeah, I mean, that's what I would hope. I mean, I want everything to be organized and simple and clear for everybody, but it's like, right now I'm not in a good position and I can't even get the basic scheduling happening. Like, just basic scheduling. Like, I don't even know the last time people had a Jello team schedule with the whole team, and I don't even know if we've ever really had a buddy team schedule ever. I don't even know. I mean, I don't know how you've been working for months and months and months and months and months, and it's just like it's not my responsibility for us to schedule. It's your responsibility. That's what you're paid to do. I don't get paid to do that. I don't get paid. I'm the one paying all the money. Right? So it's just like, if you need more money or whatever to actually follow through with the scheduling, whatever you need, like, we just need to make it happen. But the difficult part is obviously that we are, awake at different times of the day because we're we're on different sides of the world. So in some ways, sometimes the only time to address anything is the main sessions. So for me, it's like, this is it. We take a 5-minute break, we do another hour. I mean, however many hours we need to do right now, there's nothing like the present moment and addressing and understanding the issues, and whether there's vibes or contention, narrowing it down. I mean, there's a lot of things that you said, no one took notes on it, but I would just, the bottom line is that getting the positions spelled out, having the responsibilities be clear, having clear training processes, but more importantly, finding something that works. So I'm not saying I know the answers to everything, but I am definitely committed to figuring out. And there's a lot of things that do work, and there's the most, I feel like for me, my take on everything is that on an overall level, everyone overcomplicates everything. Right? Like, everything's supposed to go a lot slower. Go slow to go fast. Everything's supposed to be a lot more intentional. Right? And we're very open and transparent. So yes, stage 5 has all 10 responsibilities, and you can see them all, and you can link them all, and you can have access to all the videos and everything, but you're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to do one at a time and then it's supposed to take weeks. Like some people took 6 months to do stage 5. So if you could do stage 5 in a couple weeks, that's amazing. It doesn't need to be done in a day or 2 or 3 or 5. You know, it's like 2 weeks is fine. So anyways, let's just figure out what we want to do moving forward right here in the present moment. But is there anything else you want to say, Temitope?
No, I would schedule for you, so we'd see what we can do to move forward and get things done more, more easily without overcomplicating things.
So that would be another next step, which is scheduling with Temi, Tope, and Jay. So and really it's not even just that. It's really you know, we're talking about a session for dealing with, you know, training and structural issues with the organization, right? So, I mean, in many ways, this might be a double team, or it might be like an open session where other people can get involved. But more importantly, the question is, and this is something that we could continue if we wanted to, are there deeper issues? Is there other contention or other components going on that need to be addressed, or can we just deal with it with changing policies and getting our system set up properly? So does that sound good?
Yeah, it does.
And one of the things I want to start doing with our next steps, I just want to start every time we have a next step to pop it in the next steps channel, and that the next steps are with the staffing team. So the staffing team is responsible for making sure the correct next steps get to the correct group. All right, so let's take a break and step back for a second. So our options are option number 1, to continue with Hanel. Option 2, continue with Temitope. And option number 3, I think, is to go to Fayaso, I think is the next person. Let's see here. And if anyone needs to check out, you can always check out. So Jessica, Hanel, Fiaso, yeah. Okay, so I would definitely go with option 3 myself. Albina, does anyone need to check out as well? So let's see here. We've got Albina, we're Hanel, Temitope, Gino, Mamoon wants to do option 3. Gino, Fiaso, Jessica, Pressy, which option?
3. I'm voting 8.
I go with option 3.
Who was that?
Fisaya.
Fisaya. Okay, cool. Anyone else? So it looks like we're going option 3. So are there any concerns, objections to option 3? Does anyone need to check out?
No.
Okay, so we're gonna take a 5-minute break, and when we get back, we're gonna go over Fiaso. Peace out. All right, 5-minute break.
Okay.
I'm here too.
It's 1:15.
I'm back.
You ready again yet, or what? Is Vaiso back? Vaiso?
I'm here.
I'm here.
Yeah, I'm back.
So anyone have the link to the executive canopy schedule? So Fiaso, it's your turn. You want to go?
Yeah, it's Fisayo. The S is before the A.
It'll take me a
Yeah.
while to get it. Eventually I will. Fisayo.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
Fisayo.
So I just want to run through everything that I've done from the start. I joined a few days ago. Sorry about my voice, I have a cold. I joined a few days ago, and as of now, I know how to write a proposal. I know how to schedule. I know about the octans, and I did a budget change on my POP. About scheduling on the spreadsheet, on the canopy scheduling spreadsheet. Jay, you reviewed my schedule, and you said I should change, that I have too much green and I should change to orange and yellow. Don't know about that. Do you mean I should change to another octant that is orange or yellow? Or I should, because if I change to some now,
So someone could
with
link
the
the canopy executive
ranking
schedule.
change.
I will.
Okay, cool. Now let me just answer you, because this is pretty simple. You can have up to 5 green sessions, including the main session. So that's 4 additional green sessions, including the main session. You're not allowed to have more than that. You can have up to 10 yellow sessions, right? And then you can have up to, like, I don't know, another 10 orange or something like that. So, but you can't have more than 5 green sessions. That's the maximum you can have. So it's just for your own schedule. You do your 5 green sessions, which are the easiest ones for you, and then your yellow sessions, which are the next hardest, and then the orange would be the more difficult ones. And then red would be the most difficult of all.
Okay, the green.
All right, here we go.
Green ones
Someone linked it finally. So let's take a look. I'm gonna try to share my screen. It's probably not gonna work, but
okay.
at least try. So here is the schedule. I'm going to Visayo. Click on it. So we can see here we have lots and lots of green.
Yes.
So it's just too much green. So again, you can't have more than five green sessions, including the main session. So that means a maximum of 4 green sessions. So you just have to take the green and you need to make it yellow.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So you can have 5 green and then you can have 10 yellow. And if you're doing orange, you could have, you know, up to 10 orange, but you could start with 5. Let's say you have 5 orange here. 1, 2, 3, 4. You have 4 orange, but yeah. So also each session represents 2 hours. So we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. So I get 20. So that's 40 hours.
Yes.
Yeah. So there should be 5. So total there's 20 sessions. So there should be 5 green, 10 yellow, 5 orange.
Okay. Okay. And then I saw the change in the rankings tab also.
So with the rankings are set by Octant. So I just did Cobalt, so I don't know where your rankings will be for the other Octants, but overall you're ranked pretty high, specifically because you are committing more hours than anyone else. Like the only other person who's anywhere besides me was Usman, but he quit. So you know, on Workana, you talked about even doing as much as 80 hours. So I mean, this is half of what you talked about, but either way, it's still more hours than anyone else is interested in committing, except for myself. So in terms of that, you know, someone's going to update for all of the Octants, and so you'll be ranked for all the Octants, and then someone just needs to add your schedule once it's finalized. I mean, obviously it won't be finalized until it is verified, and it has to have the correct number of green, the correct number of yellow, correct number of orange, and then once you do that, then it'll be added to the main schedule. And then based on everybody's ranking is how you get your work.
Yeah.
All right, and so then once you're on the schedule, then you'll be scheduling executive VA work. So I know it's difficult coming into a hard stop. The whole organization is not particularly organized, to say it the best, and it's just difficult. There's nothing we can do about that. But the point is that once you get in the rhythm of scheduling VA sessions, it shouldn't be that difficult. And then once you get focused on Canopy, you know, it's going to take us many months, but eventually it'll all be very clear and very organized, and we could just keep all of the assets stable.
Okay.
So that's pretty much it. And I know we haven't gone over this yet, but you know, we're in Code Red right now. Code Red represents $1,000 to thanks Mamoon, $1,000 to $10,000 lost or not gained per day or week. So we're currently in Code Red, and Code Red basically means that we're supposed to be going, you know, 24 hours a day, but it's hard to even get started because we're just so far behind with all of it. Plus we have all the other executive issues that are getting in the way of the assets and Canopy work. So yeah, I think that's pretty much gives you the overall. So the steps for you: 1, finish your schedule.
Okay.
2, someone needs to add it to the main schedule. And then tomorrow we're going to go through the budget, and overall you're going to be ranked in the top, you know, like 5 people. So I mean, the probability of you not being in the budget is very low, but it's also important to note that your budget overall is very high. So, you know, there still has to be approved. You know, your total cost $7 an hour is a lot, and any night work is $14 an hour. So, you know, the team will have to review, understand the budget, see how it affects everybody, and then either approve it or not approve it based on the decision making. So that'll happen tomorrow if we get to it.
I saw there was a place that you said you can choose not to take overtime.
Well, you don't have to be paid any more than minimum wage. So under our policies, we have to pay everybody minimum wage, but no one has to get any pay they don't want. So obviously it affects your ranking. So the more hours you work and less pay you get, the higher you rank, obviously, right? So technically speaking, anyone who doesn't get paid, the money doesn't go away. It just goes into your back pay benefits. It could go into your bonuses. It could go into your equity, your ownership, shares, tokens, all that. It's work to calculate the exact percentage of everything, but we just track it all based on your time and your contributions. So in the context, so let's say you have upfront pay that you don't take, we consider that as actual money, and you could invest it and get direct value in the company if you want it. So it's up to you to decide how you want to do it, or you can take back pay benefits or whatever. So it's just very flexible. The only other way to go less, like for myself and other people who make less than minimum wage, the only way to do less than minimum wage is to have your own business and have a business agreement and business contract where we are not paying you, your own business is paying you, and then whether you pay yourself minimum wage or not is really none of our business. So, that's the only way to get paid less than minimum wage. But as far as like most workers, it's just that we can't pay anyone less than minimum wage based on our policies.
Okay.
Yeah. So as long as you're taking minimum wage, it's fine. But either way, I mean, I think you're way above minimum wage, so it's just like, as long as everybody is on the same page. Plus, you can also do your pay rate proposal changes to be preemptively approved. So we have one proposal in the books to do that. It's just no one's doing the work to update the budget and update the HR board. So if you want to do that, today is the deadline for updating your pay rates. So any pay rates that need to be reviewed and updated needs to happen immediately. So I don't know if you want to link your POP and have us review it for you real quick. But then once that happens, you can preemptively approve your pay rate changes, which would then increase your rankings quicker. So that's up to you to decide. Yeah. So let's make a list of steps. So 1 is to finish schedule, 2 is to update main schedule. This is the J tab. 3 is to approve budget. And this is main session tomorrow. Okay, so that all needs to be done by tomorrow, ideally.
Okay.
And this is all obviously not applicable in relationship to, your budget changes. So other options would be, you could choose to do preemptive budget changes, and that goes to the HR Council. All right. So, anything else, Fisayo?
Yeah. Can I link my POP on here?
Yeah.
Okay. And one last question. I just did.
All right, your POP.
And I remember you saying the dynamic and Zuri on the scheduling spreadsheet is only on call, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So Can I still schedule for those times?
Yeah, yeah, you could definitely still schedule it for those times. It's just not going to result in a lot of work because the probability of actually doing work during those times is just very low because it's not even in the red. So I make it dark red here for Zuri and
Yeah.
Dynamic. So if you
Yes.
do 1, 2, 3, 7 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 octants, 6 times 7 octants is 42 times 2 hours each is 84 hours. So I'm committed to 84 hours for my red team red. And the only times that I am not committed to is Zuri and Dynamic. So those are on call. If people want to schedule for those times, it's fine. Every once in a while, maybe we could schedule during those times, or it could just sort of happen or fall on it. The highest probability is that someone would want to contact me during Fulcrum. Because if I'm awake during Fulcrum, then maybe I would be awake during Dynamic. There's a very low probability that I would just happen to wake up during Zuri and then randomly contact you. So, people would need to somehow plan during Fulcrum to check in during Zuri just in case. So it's not easy, but it's technically possible. And then there, in the future, once everything gets organized and we actually have systems in place, then it would be much easier to jump in on Zuri, because we would actually have something to do. Like right now, it's just such an overwhelming mess. It's just not even worth it. It just makes things worse to try to work in the middle of the night. So eventually what will happen though for people who are scheduled during Zuri and Dynamic is that right now we don't have this as part of the job, but eventually the Octant check-ins will involve going and looking at the current status of the markets. And there'll be a very quick check, might take like 5 minutes to look at a couple web pages and see where the current market trends are going. And it's very, very, very rare. It usually only happens like 3 or 4 times a month. But if the trigger point happens, we would get notifications and warnings that there's a major market change happening, like with, Bitcoin crashing or going up by like 10, 20% in a very short amount of time. And then we would be able to activate a whole system because that would be code red. Does that make sense?
Yes.
So right now we just don't have that in place, but eventually that would be active work during Zuri and Dynamic if we get to that point. But right now we just don't have that set up yet.
25 minutes on this hour.
Okay.
Thank you.
Cool. So anything else for you, Fisayo?
No.
All right. So let's do a stretch. Oh wait, let me look at your pop real quick. So, everyone's equity value package, there's a lot of them that are wrong. So that needs to be addressed, but it's not really a big deal for the initial pop, but you go over it in stage, in responsibility 1. So August, September is the current budget.
Yeah.
It says here that your lowest is $5 an hour. So
That was what I put on intake, I think.
what?
That was what I put on intake.
Yeah, so when you said that you did $7 an hour, that it's possible that you did have $5 an hour. So someone just needs to verify that as long as in your intake, then you do have $5 an hour. Right?
Okay.
So we could play with that. Budget change, but this doesn't have a date on it.
Okay.
So your budget change needs to add a date. So if this is August, September, October, it would be October, November would be for your budget change. October,
Okay.
November, as far as I know.
So do I need to add September, October also?
Well, your September, October would just be the same as your August, September. So you don't have to. You can if you want to, but or you could just say August, September / October, or whatever. It doesn't really matter. The point is that under our policies, if you don't change your budget, then it stays the same. If you make a change, then it takes effect 6 weeks after the full moon. So if you don't change anything, you're not required to continually update your budget every month with no changes. That's not part of our policies. You can, but you just don't have to.
Okay.
All right, cool. And then you have tracking some hours. Good. So that's the only change. You need to make it clear what your budget changes are, because it's not clear right now.
Okay.
So this would be clarify the month the changes take effect, and I believe we said October, November. All right, so take us 30-second stretch, and then we're going on to Mamoon.
Can I start?
Sure.
It's been not going to life, not going well in my life. Actually, just having it's a great news that I'm getting well from my flu. So hopefully it already almost gone, and thanks to the God that I actually get well. And second thing is I was not actually very much involved with the FQN because of my sickness. Also, my Eid just gone last month, and then that's why I couldn't work too much. So, but I kept an eye on FQN group, so I can understand the situation going on the groups and my team. So yes, I found some new issues. Yes, I will. I'm trying to get some BT session with the team so I can make understand those things. Also, I've been started applying, proposing to the team, but not set any session with BT session with anyone. So look forward to that as well. Also, yeah, it's a bit big issue of payroll because actually we do have a date limit, so we just needed to get paid by 2nd of September, but we didn't. This causing us very much difficulties. I don't know what is going on or went on with the payroll, but I can help anything on that, so we can get paid. I think this apply to all of us, all of the team. Also, mm, also I would like to say I'd like to support Temitope a bit because of his issues. Yeah, we can set a session with you and the team so we can sort the issues out. And Jay as well, you are the one who is keeping the organization alive. So um, we need to learn all of the things from you, and we have to uh, get organized as a team. And I know there are some issues with the teammate. I think I'm actually um, getting apologized for that if I have done any wrong with somebody or someone, or if actually I'm glad to be here, and I'd like to be a part of it and with the team as long as I can. Also, I'd like to thanks everybody in the team because of everybody is helpful, and hopefully um, we can get a well organized team at FQN. Check.
Any questions for Mamoon? No questions for Mamoon? Can anyone think of a single question for Mamoon? Does everyone feel like that was everything we need for Mamoon to be 100% successful and support the team? Pressy, Albina, Temitope? Are you guys clear on exactly what Mamoon is doing and what's going on? Is anyone even here? Hello? Pressy, Albina. Wait.
Hello?
I'm on mute.
Hello, is everyone there? Hello?
That's
Yeah, we're here. We're here.
Oh, here,
Gina,
I'm on mute.
we're here. Ramon.
It's weird.
Okay, I was on mute.
No, we've not gone. We've not gone. We're here.
So my question is whether anyone has a question for Mamoon. Does anyone have a question for Mamoon?
No, I don't have any.
Pressy, Albina, Temitope, do you guys feel that like you understand what's going on with Mamoon and that everything's organized and he's able to support the team and everything's clear?
Yeah, everything is clear. I just feel that maybe next time when he's having flu, we should just take time out and maybe take care of himself so that we know that he's out on leave, and when he comes back to work. He comes back for work, so that it will not be like today is off, tomorrow is down. We need him strong and fit because he's one of the key members of the team. So if he's not feeling too well and he comes and he goes, it's not good for the chemistry of the team. So that's my own take on his thing here.
I think Jay, it's applicable that, like what you said with Jessica, it's not, it's still not too long to type on Discord and say, oh, I'm not feeling well, I'm gonna take a leave. I'm taking. So I think announcing and telling the group that you're not going to be available would be good.
It's 1:45.
It's clear that you're
Okay.
not going.
Okay, so I mean, I think we're all clear on what you're evaluating and what could be better for the past. What about the current and the future? Is everyone all clear on exactly how Mamoon is supporting the team and what's going on? What? Like, does anyone have any questions for Mamoon?
Yeah, I think I do because now that you mentioned it, I think Ramon should. I know he has scheduled a few sessions. I've seen it on Discord, but I feel now that you're mentioning it, he's been gone for a while, and so many things have happened while he's been off. So many new positions, so many responsibilities, so many priorities. So I think he should just come up and let us know exactly where he stands and what actually is the way forward regarding his. Because I know it was the pandemic. I know he was occupying this same role I was occupying as recruitment. And presently, those roles, one way or the other, they have either been vacant or been taken over. What are his plans for his present roles, and how does he intend to move forward with it? So I think it is clearly let the team know how he can come in and how we can assist him and how he can assist us so that we can all move forward together.
So nobody has any questions for Mamoon?
No, I don't have any question.
Okay, so I guess that is a no. So I will ask the questions. Let's like, you guys all need to learn how to ask questions though, because if you can't ask any questions, then you're not going to make any progress. So my question would be, what is your number one priority? Because if nobody like Pressy, Albina, Temetope, do you know what Mamoon's number one priority and focus is or not? Like, does anyone know what Mamoon's number one priority or focus is?
Are you asking me?
No, I'm asking Pressy, Albina, and Temetope.
No, Jay, we don't know.
Exactly.
I don't know personally.
Yeah. So that's a huge problem. Like, everyone needs to understand what everyone else is working on. So that's the first question that you guys should ask. So if you're not thinking about that, then you're missing your role as oversight, anyone who's a representative, anyone who's got, involved with recruitment, anything. So you need to understand what people's priorities are. Otherwise, they can't work as a team. Okay? So that's the question for you, Mamoon.
Yeah.
What is your number one priority? What are you focused on?
I'd look to focus on the payroll first, and then the recruitment. I guess it's coming very shortly, and then the staffing. I guess I need to have session with. I remember that from last session. We need to have a session if Gino available. So and budget as well. These are the things we need to prioritize first.
Okay, so recruitment and budget are basically the same thing. Like, updating the budget with the new recruits is the priority for recruitment. Payroll, as long as we are on hard stop, payroll is not going to be moving forward. So we'll go through that more with me and Albina and Pressy. But bottom line, in relationship to payroll, once we're on something like taxes hard stop, like, payroll is no longer applicable until the work is completed. So if you guys have any questions on that, you can ask it now. Otherwise, we'll cover it more when we get to myself
Yeah.
and Albina and
So
Pressy.
mm, apart from hard stop, Texas hard stop. So if anyone responsible with the team, they can complete it as soon as possible. That will good for all of us. So
Yeah, so basically the sooner we get the taxes completed and done, the sooner we get payroll completed and done. Does that make sense? Are there any other questions on the payroll or anything else?
On the payroll, I wanted to know the challenges we're experiencing and how, as a team, we could come in and assist generally, one. Then two, we also want to know if anytime soon these issues will be resolved. Basically, because my internet is almost done. And it will be too difficult for me if I don't get payroll between now and tomorrow to be able to have internet. Because payroll is, the calculations I have is on a monthly basis, and once the month is exceeded, I get cut off. And internet here is very expensive, very, very expensive, and it's not like overseas country where you have free Wi-Fi that you can just hang out and use and the rest. So I'm so dependent on that, on the payroll being done so that I can be able to have work. Okay.
So let me just address that real quick. So again, I know everyone gets confused on it. Everyone mixes everything up, especially Pressy on all this, but I have made it clear many, many times, and I'll make it clear again for like the 20th time. Payroll and reimbursements are totally separate things. So if you are dependent on doing work and having access to internet, that is no longer a personal expense. It is a necessary business expense for getting work done. And it can become either a temporary or a long-term reimbursement. So that can move forward.
Okay.
And we can add that to our list within the hard stop. So anyways, there's a lot of other details there. I want to go through payroll in detail. I don't know if we want to do that under Temitope or we can just get to me, but basically, in Albina and Pressy, we're going to go over it too. But basically, I think we're done with Mamoon. So unless there's anything else for you, Mamoon, we either going to go to Temitope or we're going to skip Temitope since you talked earlier and go to Gino. It just depends if you had anything else, Temitope, that you wanted to go through. Otherwise, we can go to Gino, and it's been pretty late. We're going to take a 5-minute break again here too.
Yeah, let's move to Gino. I think I've pretty said much today, so let's just do Gino.
Okay, so let's get started with Gino, and then we're going to be taking a 5-minute break, and then get to me and Albina and Pressy, and then we'll be done. Gino?
Okay, so in terms of like life priorities, that's okay for me. But like in terms of like health, somewhat with terms of my sleep patterns are randomized now, or not really randomized, but different in a way. I usually now sleep at around 3 a.m. or 4 a.m., then wake up around afternoon. And I think this would greatly affect how I would actually attend some of my supposedly check in for some canopy session. That's why I plan on making or plan myself as to be a backup for some of my canopy work schedule for like the people who wants to be a primary person in my schedules. But for like the deputy position, I think I can, adjust for that for the second deputy, since it would be Friday Friday to Monday. It would not be a problem because that's the weekend, so not really busy on the weekend, and plus it's early morning. I think I just have to sleep in the afternoon if I can, but not really. There's no issues with that. Then as for the hard stop, I guess like in order for things to go, or like it's taxes hard stop, I assume is starting now or a while ago. Been start since it's September
Starts
to,
today.
yeah, right today. So I think the best thing, or like in order to make things like or like have the taxes completed properly, is to let the people do the people responsible for taxes to do the job. Because like for me, if I, for example, take in responsibility with taxes, that just means I need to go on training, and would just prolong the process, right? I mean, I can't just do taxes
Well,
on the spot
that's
without any training.
but that's
So
what a hard stop is, right? So the whole point of a hard stop is that the team should have stepped up and got training and got involved in taxes before the hard stop to prevent the hard
yes,
stop from happening. So the hard stop happened because the team didn't get involved and prioritize the taxes and learn how to do it, right? So the answer to preventing hard stop is not waiting until hard stop before you want training. You need to get training and learn how to do the responsibilities before hard stop, not after.
yes.
Yeah.
So I think since we can't really do any work besides taxes, I'm not sure what to do during hard stop.
Well, we're going to go through that in detail in terms of what the hard stop priorities are.
I mean, besides the taxes, but I have no idea on how to work on taxes myself. So
Well, no, but there's more than just taxes, right? There's session support. All of the main sessions continue. All of the VA sessions will continue. All of the we have the recruitment and the budget recruitment for the will all continue, and the reimbursements will need to happen. And then there's like one or two other things as well.
okay, I thought it was purely just taxes work
No,
until
not at all.
okay.
Yeah, there's no way that we can stop. Well, no, the main sessions are the highest level primary component, because without like the main sessions, we can't plan around how to prevent hard stops and deal with all the situation and what's going on, and understand and even change our policies and change our decision making. Like, what if the hard stop is a problem for other things, right? So the main sessions take priority because the main sessions is where we decide on hard stops and all of our policies and whether we're even doing everything, right? So all the main sessions and session support itself has to continue, and that includes some staffing, and it also includes other aspects of decision making and organizational systems.
Also, would like to know if I have to create a new second deputy position, doc, as well.
I mean, it'd probably be a good thing. I mean, ideally, we probably will end up with 3 documents. I think the first one is really just like a training document for just the activity team and the deputy position in general, and then there would be a position doc for both the primary and secondary deputy, and then possibly the third.
Also, before I forget, like, isn't Abdul supposedly taking up this position?
All the positions are kind of up in the air right now. I mean, the activity team is a complete disaster and mess. Like, there's no stability. There's not been a single VA session that's been scheduled since the one that we did. I think that's the only one.
Okay.
Wait, didn't we do one VA session? I feel like we scheduled a single VA session, but really that was just a training session. I think I just trained you.
Yes.
So I don't even think it was really a VA session. I think it was just a training session. So yeah, we haven't had a single VA session scheduled, and then Hanel's been hired, and we've been paying her 50 to 100 hours for 3 weeks. We're going on 3 weeks now without a single VA session, Abdul's been unable to do any VA sessions. And so it's just like right now what we need to focus on is recruitment, training, and getting the activity team functional.
Okay.
And that's one of, well, we'll talk about when we get to me, but that's one of the things that is just completely destabilizing my entire life and work ability is just this, the whole activity team is not going well. So you're interested in helping stabilize that. We have the Friday activity main session, which will be the focal point. So that's Cobalt hour 2, hour 3. I don't know. People want to change it to hour 2. So,
Okay.
but it's currently scheduled hour 3. So we'll figure it out.
Okay.
But that's going to be where the focus would happen. And then what we need to go through is we need to go through the budget, the activity team budget, and the rankings, and get everything organized in terms of how it's going to work.
Yes. That's all for me.
Cool. All right. Any questions for Gino?
If it's a priority, I think my priorities for now should be, since I changed to another position, since I didn't actually attend the Plasmo session like a few days ago. I think my priority is to know the responsibilities, priorities for second deputy position. Right?
Yeah, which are exactly the same as the primary deputy, so you already know them. I mean, there's no difference. It's exactly the same position. The only difference is that it's on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and Monday instead of Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday.
Okay. That's all.
So it's definitely less time and effort and energy, but anyways, we'll go through it all, and we're trying to make it as flexible as possible and make it functional. And as Teme Tope said, we're sort of learning as we go through it because it's brand new. And there's not much we can do about that. But as far as, it's not completely brand new because the general concept is the same as everything we've ever done before. The only difference is that there's a set schedule, so it's really not that new. I'm not sure why it's so complicated, but anyways, once we can get that working, everything else should click into place. So if we weren't able to get Canopy functional, we're still trying to get Canopy functional. It's not functional. So the backup plan is the activity team, the deputy position, because if we can get a deputy position functional, then Canopy we're not reliant on Canopy for like everything. And we will have like actual support during the times that we need it with the deputy position. So just something needs to start clicking and being functional, and then everything else should follow and get stabilized. But right now it's just nothing is working, and it's just very, very concerning. There are a few things that are still functional. I mean, we still have a global core team. We still have a current budget. We still have workers. People show up at sessions. Like, we're doing everything that we need to be doing. So overall, there is a umbrella stability and a foundational layer. So we're trying to get on a higher level of professionality, and all the new things that we're trying to do and all the new teams we're trying to get set up into the expanding the ability of the organization to actually achieve the work that we want to do is what's not working. So anyways, let's move on. We're going to take a 5-minute break. Does anyone need to check out? Because we are going on hour 3. Actually, this is really technically going into hour 4. We've completed 3 hours and we're going into a 4th hour. So does anyone want to check out, or does everyone want to continue? Or
I would like to check out, Jay.
Okay.
I will give the session 7. Was a great session with the issues and team support. Also, I actually forgot to mention that my skill has been locked. Please do ask me first for the skill, another skill account. I will borrow from my cousin because my skill account is a limited transaction, and um, I could not actually bring all of the money account, and that's why I am having a serious problem. And hopefully it will fix before next payroll. Also, I just needed to there is any way to after pandemic, if I have the partial of my um, uh, partial worker hours payment of my payment, so it will be very helpful as advance. So that's it. Check.
Cool. Thanks, mommy. Take care. So, anyone else need to check out? So we're gonna take a 5-minute break, and then when we get back, we are going to go through myself, Albina, and Pressy. From my understanding, me, Albina, and Pressy were ranked highest overall, and so we're going to be going through most of the high-level executive and hard stop priorities and what needs to happen. And there's also I have a proposal. So 5-minute break.
Already checked.
What, Pressy?
Albina already checked out. She checked out on this Discord.
Oh, she left?
Yes.
That's weird.
She said that her bundle get exhausted and she needs to buy more.
So do you see it anywhere? Oh, here we go. All right, so let's go do Albina's checkout. Oh, here we go. Hello, team. Sorry, I'm not able to continue with the session now due to connection issues. I'm checking out here before my bundles. That's it. My next step is to get the internet back up. My Wi-Fi is currently disconnected since yesterday. I will be able to schedule more in taxes, work, payroll, recruitment, and VAs. I will be available from Zuri through Cobalt. Thank you. Cool. Excellent. All right. So no Albina. So it's just me and Pressy. So we're going to take a 5-minute break, and then when we get back, we'll do myself, and then Pressy, and then we will be done.
It's 2:15.
I'm back.
Cool.
Joe, I'm here.
Cool. So Gino, if you could add to your priorities that we need help with the permissions in relationship to the mentions on Discord.
Yes.
Oh,
Yeah.
it's under roles settings.
Yeah, I don't want to go through it now, but I need help with it. So if you can communicate with us about it, it'd be great.
Okay, no problem.
Cool. All right.
So a session with you then, or is it just in Discord chat?
I mean, probably could just do the Discord communication channel or whatever. We'll figure it out. Should be fine.
Okay.
If we need to schedule, we can, or we can prioritize it in another session.
Okay, no problem.
All right. So my turn now. Is anyone gonna help with notes, or am I just taking my own notes?
Yes. No, I take it now.
So, I mean, overall, I'm definitely really tired right now. I'm not doing well. I'm just like overwhelmed with everything. The bottom line is really it comes down to it's like the whole point of hiring anybody is to get support with the real-time virtual assistant scheduled sessions. Okay, what's going on? We have some Pressy. I think that's you. There's a lot of background noise. So for whatever it is, you hire people in the Gel team. I mean, obviously there's more than just the virtual assistant because we're running an entire organization. But the bottom line is that I do most of the work anyways, right? I'm our best worker. I do the most work on almost everything. That's both a great asset for the organization, but it's also a problem in terms of us moving things forward. So in the context of just hiring the virtual assistant work, you know, it just has never happened, and there's a bunch of reasons for that. But either way, in the last like 6 months, there's been a handful of VA sessions. And I spend over 95% of my time helping everyone else, and then no one actually schedules me and helps the work that I need to do. So that's what a VA session is. It's actually, instead of me helping everyone else, like for example, this entire session we're spending, 4 hours, and of that 4 hours, maybe we get, 10, 15 minutes for me, but the vast majority of it is me and all of us helping other people, right? Which is fine, but at the same time, we can't endlessly always help everyone else with their responsibilities. There has to be a time where people are actually working and helping me with my responsibilities. In the last 6 months, there was a handful of times where that happened. Then in the last week, there was a week and a half or so, there was 3 additional times. In the last day or two, there's been 3 additional scheduled VA sessions. So we got, in the last 2 weeks, 6 VA sessions, which is basically around the same number of VA sessions that we had over the last 6 months, or at least 3 months. So that's a huge step. So I'm very excited, but the goal is more than 10 or more VA sessions per week is the goal. That's the goal. So as far as helping me, that's what it all comes down. Once that gets done and gets set up, then everything else should be able to flow from that. And I don't care if it's Canopy. I mean, obviously the Gel team was not doing the trick. We were not even following through with any of our, check-ins or anything. Big mess. So then, and then we have Canopy. Canopy was getting closer, but it still just wasn't really hitting it. It's still kind of hit and miss on Canopy. So now we have the deputy team and the activity team, which is obviously not working, but it's brand new, but it should actually achieve the goal eventually. So between the Jella team, the Canopy, and Activity, one of these should work. And they all can happen simultaneously. So there can be 3 VA sessions scheduled all on top of each other. And then we can just work out as needed which one we decide to prioritize. So anyways, that's the current situation. I would like to make sure that we do link the BLN matrix questionnaire and continue that in our in Discord. If so, I don't know if Pressy, you could do that. That would be good for the future. So let's not miss that.
Continue
Yeah, in
linking
the
the
life,
questionnaire
yeah, in the life support Discord channel, if you could add it there.
every full moon and new moon.
What?
My question is, I will continue putting the BLN matrix questionnaire on the life support channel every life support
Well,
session.
sure. Yeah, whatever. That's fine. But just if you could just add it now so then we can pin it, that'd be great. All right. So going back to the payroll. So issues with payroll. One, did the proposal pass? I don't know. Did we even get a proposal passed? Even if the proposal had passed, you would still need to do reconciliation if there were issues. You would still need to do counting. You would still need to do all of the money organizing, etc., etc., etc. And then on top of that, there is an issue about not paying new recruits. Like the new recruits are not included in the payroll. So minimally, it should say, for example, Hanel, 0, or Jessica, 0, or whatever. But right now, it just ignores all the new recruits. That's a problem. What else is there? There was a bunch of other problems with the payroll. There was issues with the overtime payments, and I think we got that better. So I'm not worried about that anymore because I think we did address that finally. Although there was still an issue with the verification that the numbers between the proposal and the spreadsheet calcs didn't add up. But that was only like, $10 to $30. So it was a pretty small amount of money, so I wasn't really that worried about it. But it was still a problem that was happening. So anyway, so that was just overall payroll issues. Oh, and more importantly, there was no scheduling. That was regular. There was no review. There was no buddy team session, no payroll hard stop, no focus on payroll. And then today, with the last day that we could possibly work on payroll before the hard stop, nothing happened on payroll the last day. So I sent out a notification that basically said, like, nobody should work on anything except for payroll if you want to get the payroll done. And it didn't happen. No one worked on it. So that was basically, I would say the primary issues with the payroll and why we are ending up in hard stop without the payroll completed. So for taxes, we're looking at 1 to 2 weeks. It's possible to do it in 2 to 3 days, technically, but I mean, but I don't know. I mean, I don't think that's going to happen. So it's 2 to 3 days of work, but usually 2 to 3 days of work is going to take us 1 or 2 weeks to do it at our best, because it could easily take many, many months. I mean, we've already had, what, 6, 8 months to do the taxes? We didn't do it. So anyways, I don't think that's really that big of a deal, you know, to get paid in like a week or whatever. 3 days to a week if people just do the work on the taxes. And then we can continue with the reimbursements. So I think I have the list of hard stop.
Regarding that payroll, simple payroll and the calculation spreadsheet, it was already fixed. I just got confused on the new model of the budget that it's already fixed. I Salvina for a session. Unfortunately, she doesn't have internet, and I also have internet connection issues. My internet was so slow, so I did not get all the messages through Discord and Skype. So ending that, I just got my internet connection early this morning. So got back.
I'm not sure what you're talking about, Presley. Like, what is your point? Do you have a question?
No, my point is the number 6 issue with the discrepancy with the amounts are already fixed.
But that's just not correct. Right? Again, this is this whole thing that you always say things, but you don't actually do them. Right? So in your perspective, everything's always fixed, everything's going to get done, everything's perfect. But in reality, it all is based on verification and agreement. In other words, it has nothing to do with you. It has to do with the team reviewing and verifying and actually making sure the calculations are correct. Do you get it?
Yes.
So has it been completed?
No, not yet.
No, it hasn't been completed because only you did it by yourself. And for verification, it requires more than one person doing it. Therefore, it's not completed. All right. So you just need to, what?
So now is the verification is not only the view.
What?
Can we verify the payroll without you or always with you?
Yes, it can all be done without me, but you actually have to do the work, right? Like the whole idea of verifying means that it's done correctly. So if someone comes in later and looks at it and it's obviously wrong, then you verified it wrong. Does that make sense? And then therefore it was never verified. So the whole idea of verification is you're actually making sure it's done correctly. So if you guys can do that on your own, that's perfectly fine. In fact, you should do it multiple times. In our normal payroll model, there's 3 levels of verification on everything. So we double, triple, and quadruple check everything before everyone gets paid, right? So in our current model, it's just the simple payroll, which we do a simple payroll proposal, and then it's approved by the team. And then we move on. That's it. So like our current models, you just calculate the calculations, simple calculations correctly to get everyone paid as quickly as possible. Right? But you still have to do the calculations correctly, and that's the problem, is that the calculations weren't done correctly. Does that make sense? Yeah. But even without the calculations done correctly, there's still a lot of ways that this could have been handled much better. For example, we could put much less emphasis on all the bonus pay and the overtime pay and all the extra pay and focus on at least getting everyone's base pay paid before the hard stop. That would have been a lot easier. Then you just pay everyone's base pay, and then you do the bonuses and overtime later afterwards. Done, right? That would have been really simple, so that we could just get everyone their base pay immediately, and then worry about all the overtime and all the extra pay and bonuses and all the money that people want above and beyond their normal base pay.
It's 2:30.
And work that all out later, right? Because all the complications came into all the other details. Are there any other questions on the payroll? Anyways, I mean, I can think of like at least 20 or 30 different ways that we could have improved on the payroll to have gotten it much smoother. You know, and I'm still not totally convinced on the reconciliation of the previous months. You know, I would want to review that and go over it at some point. But overall, you know, I agree with Temitope. We need to rethink our entire payroll and consider going back to our old payroll models and actually start doing the work, which is, for me, the main problem is just the work doesn't get done and people wait to the last minute to do everything instead of actually, you know, and no review session was ever scheduled. Yeah, I don't think there was ever a review session scheduled. I don't even remember the last time we had a review session even proposed. Does anyone remember the last time they proposed a review session and actually followed through with it and communicated about it more than like some random thing that no one ever looked at? Yeah, it could have been months since the review session was scheduled. So if anyone's serious about doing work, you schedule review sessions. Otherwise, it's just there's not any professionality or seriousness going on. So let's go into the hard stop. So taxes hard stop plan is 5 parts. There's the for-profit taxes. This is going to be Zilu, Albina, Pressy. Is anyone else working on taxes?
Zilu, Albina, Pressy.
And there is some possibility of apprenticeship modeling. So we do allow minor apprenticeship model during hard stops. So anyways, we can go into this as needed, but that's up to the people who are doing the work. It's not up to anyone else. Session support. So all main sessions continue, including reminders and responses. Is anyone working with that with Pressy? Is Pressy's working on that?
Okay.
Recruitment, budgeting, including quarterly budget if needed. So the quarterly budget is not really applicable until 2 weeks from now. So we have 2 weeks before that hard stop comes in. And I think everyone saw the hard stop. I guess we could say 2. So who's doing recruitment?
Recruitment is the budgeting, recruitment budgeting is me and Albina.
Is Temitope doing anything though?
MBD support? New recruit support?
Alright, so
New recruit support, MBT support.
well, I guess we could just say communications then. So this would be, so the budget is the focus. So the recruitment budgeting is the focus. All right. So I just want to make sure that Temitope, like, there's no stage 3, there's no stage 4, there's no stage 5. If there's no normal processes, it's all just like focus on pop. So I mean, I guess like you're doing pop support. And budget.
Okay.
Right? So it's just pop, budget, and scheduling, because scheduling sometimes is required for the budget, like with Canopy. And then this is Temitope. All right. VA sessions activity Canopy. So I think it's just like based on schedule and main session. So we have Canopy on Wednesday main session, activity on Friday main session. So I think this should be fine, and then everybody who's scheduled and involved in those should just be attending the main sessions.
Yes.
Are there any questions on that?
So should I also have my role on Discord as activity, part of activity again? Or
Yes, I can add that.
oh, also when you said Friday, you mean Friday your time, or is this you too?
Yeah. So it's Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday.
Okay.
All right, so I'm just adding activity to Gino again real quick. All right, so that is done. Reimbursements. Who wants to work on reimbursements?
Reimbursement already done. And Metope, Albina, Percy. I think Pamun already got the reimbursement last payroll. So the Metope already sent the reimbursement invoice Albina and me. So it was all plotted on the simple payroll.
Okay, but who is going to do the work and follow through with it?
I can. So
Okay, Pressy.
is it like a payroll? Real-time payroll?
No, it's not like payroll. It's just a reimbursement. So this can be done async. Async is fine. It just like, can communicate on Discord, or we can schedule a buddy team work session. Either or both.
Okay. I can schedule a work buddy team session later and I'll be back. If you can. Because it's too late on your place.
All right. Okay, so additionally, on top of all this, there's a couple other things. One is that there has to be a updated, this is what's called the super, beyond super, I think it's beyond super taxes hard stop doc. Okay, so that needs to be updated. This is a responsibility. Albina was supposed to do this, but I don't think she did. So maybe someone could check in on Albina about it. Pressy, can you check in with Albina about the updating the super taxes hard stop doc?
Yes. Yes, I can.
It's actually a priorities doc. So normally we've been on the full freeze priorities doc, so it goes over all the priorities during the full freeze. But now we're going off of full freeze and we're going on to beyond super taxes hard stop priorities, right? So this is the short version of this, but what the priorities are, and then we'll have an entire document that goes over in detail exactly what the policies are, exactly what all of the work that needs to get done during the hard stop. All right, so then one of the other responsibilities required as part of hard stop is to create a, prevent future taxes hard stop plan. So we have to create a plan to prevent future taxes hard stop. Also, we may want to consider planning to prevent recruitment and budget hard stop, which is also coming up. So this is October 1st, and this is new moon, right? I think it's new moon. It might be new moon / quarter moon. So this is 3 weeks from now, 2 to 3 weeks. And this is 1 month from now. Okay? So those are our next two hard stops. So we want to basically plan and organize and coordinate to prevent the hard stops from happening. And that's basically one of the requirements of dealing with hard stops. What stops at during the hard stop? What is not allowed to happen? No trainings, no stage 5, no stage 6, no normal work that you just do. Right? Anything that's non-priority work does not happen. Anyone doing work that's not assigned or not approved. Right? I don't know what that is. So basically, before doing anything, ask on Discord. right? So just ask. So and the focus of the whole team needs to be getting our taxes completed, but we don't want to forget about our other priorities, including recruitment, session support, VA sessions, reimbursements, and other responsibilities required to complete the hard stop.
Okay.
I guess the only other thing I can say is like, why and do we have hard stops? Where did it come from? Is it too severe? All that kind of stuff. Hard stops is basically the only reason we are in the situation that we're in now. Without hard stops, no work would ever get done. We used to not have hard stops. We would not have a budget. No one would do the budget. We wouldn't be able to do payroll because we didn't even know how much to pay people. Everything was just a complete mess, and no one did any work. So then we created hard stops, and it's like, okay, you don't get paid. If there's no budget, and then everything stops until the budget's done. Right? So basically,
How long do the hard stop last?
The hard stop typically lasts 2 weeks. So with taxes hard stop is not, there's no requirement to complete the taxes. Everyone still gets paid even if taxes don't get completed. With budget hard stop is the most severe. So there's budget and recruitment hard stop, which happen once a quarter. Well, budgets happen once a month, but the quarterly budgeting and the quarterly recruitment happen once a quarter, along with the monthly budgeting. If there's no updated budget, then everything goes on what's called upfront pay stop, and that usually happens 2 weeks later. So with the budget hard stop, which is the highest level, you also additionally get what's called a upfront pay stop, where everyone stops getting paid as well. So with hard stop, there is no end in pay. So everyone continues to get paid as long as they're working on the taxes and they're actually moving forward the work to complete the needs of the organization. With budget hard stop, after 2 weeks of budget hard stop, no one gets paid anymore. It's like 1 to 2 weeks, right? And then you're basically, your pay is done, and until the budget gets updated and everything gets completed with the recruitment and the new recruits and everything, no one gets paid until the work has gotten completed.
Okay.
Right? So it's been a very long time since we've had an upfront pay stop, but of the last 3 or 4 upfront pay stops that we've had, which is basically all of them, because this is a pretty new policy in the last year, one of them was only like a day. So if you plan ahead, like an upfront pay stop's not a big deal if it's only a day. I think one was like 3 or 4 days, and then we had one that was like a week. So they don't usually last very long, but again, the difference between getting the work done and not getting the work done has almost exclusively been hard stops. So they've been very successful in actually getting us to do the work. And we've all agreed on doing the hard stops, and they're all part of our policies. Pressy, what were you going to say?
Well, the number one priority for now is the recruitment and the budget and the taxes.
The number one priority is the taxes. We want to get off hard stop as quickly as possible. So we can do the hard stop, not do the recruitment, we need to do the session support. But VA sessions don't really happen anyway. So if we just don't do the VA sessions, the reimbursements is important for the taxes as long as people's internet works, right? And then we get the taxes done as soon as possible, and then we'll be off hard stop, and then we can do all the rest of the work anyways. So the number one priority during taxes hard stop is the taxes. And the good news on the taxes is that we have Zelu. Zelu has been getting, zooming through the taxes like no tomorrow. I would say that at this point in time, taxes is like over 50% completed. Somewhere between 40 and 15%. So I would say between 40 to 50% complete at this point in time.
It's 2:45.
So that is definitely good. And it could, if the work got focused, we could complete the taxes hard stop in 2 to 3 days, pretty easily, right? But most likely it's going to take around a week, like 3 days to a week to complete the taxes. Yeah. So I'm pretty confident, but not a single, I don't think there's been any scheduled taxes sessions with me, but I think there has been 3 or 4 with Zilu and Albina and Pressy. So there definitely is work going on. It's moving forward. And once they're done with the work, then they will schedule with me. And during VA sessions, we can schedule VA taxes sessions for the taxes that I'm going to be working on, which I've already worked on some with Zilu. We did a VA session today. So the taxes I'm working on are pretty simple. I mean, I'm not really worried about them. We can always do an amendment later if we mess something up. All right. So any questions on the taxes or the taxes hard stop or what is and is not supposed to be done? The most important thing is this Beyond Super Taxes Hard Stop Priorities doc, because that's going to go into detail and make sure everyone, if they have questions, it'll be answered there. All right, so
Okay.
I have 2 proposals, but I know we're like over time, so maybe I can just do the proposals and we can put them on the voting form. Actually, only one of them's on the voting form. Yeah. So let me just say the proposals real quick and we'll just see what happens. So the first one is for this new team. It's like a new team for the recruits. Is it in there? Did you put that in the voting form or not?
Apology. Can you say that again?
The proposal for the new recruitment. Here we go. Proposal 1, create a budget for the new potential recruitment team, 7.17. So that is passed. So let me make sure the details are on here and then we can vote on that real quick. Where is it? I got it here. Proposal to create a new budget for potential recruitment team. Here are the details. So the details of the new team would be in our structure under ORC, but it would also have separate responsibilities and more focused on the scope for new potential recruits. The weighted power would be based on the newer you are, the more power you have. So basically, I would have the least amount of power. Someone who's been here 1 day would have the most amount of power. If you've been here 2 days, you would have half the amount of power as someone who's been here 1 day. If you've been here, 2 weeks, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So the newer you are, the more priority you have in the new recruit team. And the goal of the new recruit team is to create a space that is focused exclusively for the new recruits and really just prioritizing and supporting that. It also would deal with a couple other details, which I won't go into now, but basically upfront pay stops, it would all go into this, and there would be like, a budget like, $500 or whatever. So anyways, are there any, so the proposal is basically creating a budget. It'll probably end up being around $500 a month, and we would hire, the new recruits actually would get to hire someone to represent them. So you would end up with this like, $300 to $500 budget, and the new recruits would control the budget and be able to hire someone to represent and support them. Because basically what we end up with now is that no one does the work. So the idea is for the new recruits, right? And updating the budget and doing all the things that need to happen to support the new recruits. So the idea is to actually have a team that is exclusively focused on the new recruits, controlled by the new recruits, and that the budget is accountable to someone who works for the new recruits, and that that person would make sure it's all moved forward. All right, and we would still have ORC, and we would still have the overall recruitment process, but the overall recruitment process would be in the perspective of the organization and the needs of the organization, not the needs of the new recruits themselves. So that's a proposal. Are there any questions about the proposal for the new potential recruit team?
None on my side.
I don't have any.
Now I have a question because if a new recruit is having more power to be able to the weight of power, they have more power. I would want to understand that if somebody is coming in is new, even though he has power, he might not know how to use those powers correctly because he or she is new. And so I would advise that someone from within, like I always do, would be in that team to actually help them harness whatever powers they have to be able to make use of it.
Yeah, it's open to everybody. Everyone can join.
Oh, okay, good. Okay.
So everybody can join. Everyone gets to vote equally, but there's weighted power based on for the new recruits. The newer you are, the more power you have in terms of determining this very itty bitty tiny budget. So it's only a small $300 to $500 budget. So if you look at the budget for the overall Jello team, we've got like, you know, multiple thousands of dollars that we're spending. So this is like a very small piece of the pie that they get a little say in.
Okay.
Yeah. So the question was basically like, does everyone have power in voting in the organization? The answer is in this team, and the answer is yes. So everybody is considered part of the team in many ways. If you think about it, Temetope, you're rather new in the bigger picture. So is Mamoon and or Pressy, but more importantly, Gino, Pavan, you know, other Hanel, right? Other workers who've got involved in the last month or two, or 3 or 4, like they're still new. Like, even though they've been around longer than, you know, Fisayo and other people, they still are brand new, right? So it's all relative based on the other people involved. So for example, you, Temetope, compared to Albina, right? You have 2 to 3 times more power than Albina in this group because Albina's been around 3 times longer than you. Right? So it's all relative based on it's like a ranking. It's just like a different ranking based on how long you've been involved. The longer you've been involved, the lower you're ranked in this particular team. I would be ranked the lowest because I've been involved for over a decade, right? I've been involved for like the longest because I was founder, right? So that's so the answer is that the question is that, you know, is everyone involved? The answer is yes, everyone can be involved and vote. It's just a different ranking. All right, so are there any concerns? Oh, shit. I think I lost you guys. Are there any objections? All right, so I think this looks fine. Concerns? None. Can anyone help take notes or no? Is this impossible for anyone to help with the notes? All right, so the last proposal, which I don't really want to go through right now, but I want to propose and put on a voting form, is, I think I have it here. Oops, oh my God, I'm going in the wrong place. Or not. I don't know, maybe I don't have it. So, actually, let me try one more thing here. It might be here somewhere. So it's called SEDME, and the proposal is based on the mission. Did I talk about it with? I think I did talk about it with Pressy. Did I talk? I think I mentioned it to you, Pressy. Let me see if I can find it one more time. Pressy. Here we go. Me and Pressy. Is it in here? Payroll.
Yes.
Maybe it was from the previous time. Me and Pressy.
No, I guess it's you and Albina because we have to. We haven't get through on the side.
Yeah, I just don't see. I must have been on the other computer with the notes with the Pressy. So I mean with Albina. So, anyways, I don't want to go through it in a lot of details, so I'm not really worried about it. But let me just make sure it's here. So the mission is to help build new. I'm so tired. We should all know the mission though. To help build new economic, decision-making and educational infrastructures to improve the user experience living on this planet. So that's the general mission. So the idea of SEDME is to propose that we combine a single system for economic decision making and educational implementation simultaneously. So that's really the foundation of the proposal. So I don't even want to vote on this now or anything, but let's get it into a voting form along with all the other proposals from the session, and that this, we'll put more details in there about what it might look like, and then it'll evolve. But basically it would, and then the second proposal is to create a SEDME team that would implement this new system throughout the network. So that is a 6-month to 1 year project. So this is like a long-term proposal, and there's no hurry to pass it. And this obviously would all happen after the hard stop to even get started. But I'm really excited about it. It's really transforming the model of how we function. It also has a lot to do with the new recruitment processes and models that we're building. Yeah, that's it for me. So let's move on to Pressy, and then we can put that in a voting form. We can talk about it in the future. But I'm really excited about it. I just don't have time to explain it in detail right now. But that's pretty much the key, is that we very rarely talk about our mission. And this would actually bring the mission into our work itself, which is very, very exciting. All right. Pressy, anything from you that you want to bring up? And then we're going to check out and we're done.
So for me, I was just confused on the new model of the budget with the current monthly work individuals percentage. So it's just confusion on my side because, like for example, we did the monthly budget in advance. Am I correct? So for 100 for 15 degree E, the next month, moon month, we're gonna do this now on the current moon month or in the current month. So we are going to base on the value that we work during the 2 previous months. That is what is the previous model of our monthly budget. But now we're going to base on the current month, which is
Okay,
100.
so I think I can answer the question. I think you're talking about the next budget, right?
Yes, the next
So
budget.
the budget model and policy is very simple. What we've been doing is we approve the lowest and requested budgets for each individual, you get paid the percentage work based between the lowest and requested budget. Obviously, we can approve only the lowest budget, example, Pavan, you know, etc., etc. So that's like when we approve the budget, we're approving the lowest and requested budgets. That is the budget right there.
Yes, that is the budget right now. But on the new model, we're going to use the current month, the percentage of work for this current month, which is it's gonna it will make change. Like for example,
But it isn't really a change. It's the same model. I don't see, like, for me, there is no new model. We're just achieving the goals of the existing model. So, for example, you know, so the budget itself is the lowest and requested budgets for each individual, right? So then when we do the budget, we have details in the budget to help us estimate the total spent, or not the total spent, the total we, you know, may spend in the future, right? And we do that in two ways. We do that with the time budget, and we do that with the estimated costs from the previous month. Right? So what you're talking about is the estimated cost in the previous month. We estimate based on how much people worked the previous month, how much it's going to cost this month. We also estimate in the time budget based on how much time people spent in the last month, how much time they're going to spend in the next month, right? So the idea is to estimate more or less how much money we're actually going to spend, because typically the lowest and requested budgets of each worker is much higher than the actual work, because most people just don't do the work. So trust me, if we didn't have policies, it wouldn't matter if people did the work or not. They would want all their pay, which is what we used to do. Like, there was a time when people would basically just put whatever number of hours on their work report, all they
Isn't
wanted
that
to,
a
and everyone got very
forecast?
upset. What?
Isn't that a forecast?
yeah, it's kind of a forecast.
A forecast? What do you mean a forecast?
Isn't that a forecast?
I don't understand what a forecast. What do you mean?
A forecast is just like an estimating of the value that we may spend, like what we are doing on the budget.
No, that's a
like
budget.
For example,
A budget is there is no such thing as a budget that isn't a forecast. Like, a budget by definition is the future.
I think what she was trying to say is
No,
focus.
the estimated cost, exactly.
The budget is an estimated cost. That's the whole point of a budget. It's the future estimated costs for the organization.
Okay. So now, Jay, like for example, we're going to do the 15-degree E. Which month are we going to use? 100 for the percentage of individual work. 140 or 83 degree?
We are just use the current, which is 140 degree.
The current. So how can we use the current while we are preparing the budget in advance, and then we have to do budget now for the next month's budget, and the current month is still going up. So we cannot
But we can just
estimate
we can update it with whatever the current information that we have. So
Okay.
if all we have is the previous 83, then use the previous 83 degree. That's fine. But now that we have the 140 degree, we should just use it. Especially,
so we have-
but again, the 15 degree is not this month; it's next month. So we have the 140 degree from the previous month. So it's still 2 months before.
140 degree is now, and the next month is for the next 2 weeks. It's 115, which is 15 degree.
Yep, sounds good.
So we are going to use the 83 degree best. To be exact.
I don't know. Just use whatever the most current information is.
Okay.
Right? Just
The
keep
most
it.
recent one.
Yeah, use the most current and recent information we have as best as possible. But overall, it's well, I don't know. I don't want to get into it because I'm thinking about the payroll. So let's just keep the budget process. We have all the budget processes already set up. We don't need to confuse them.
Okay.
You know, just follow the current budget process. It works. It's been working. There's a lot of work that we're not getting done on the budget, but that's separate, you know. For example, I think today was the deadline for having the proposals for who's being removed from the budget. But I don't think we ever really do that. So it's just policy tracking on it, you know.
Okay. And then my question now is for the payroll. So as long as we get through the taxes hard up, we can have the payroll again.
Yeah. Well, no, we're gonna get through taxes hard stop. The only question is when. Right? So if we got through taxes hard stop tomorrow, we do payroll the next day. If we got through taxes hard stop, you know, it took us 3 days, then we would do payroll in 4 days.
Okay.
So it's whenever we're done with the taxes, we will do the payroll immediately. In fact, we can go on payroll hard stops. We can go from taxes hard stop directly to payroll hard stop. We could have done payroll hard stop for the last week if anyone wanted to do it. So the way the policies work for payroll hard stop is that anyone can stop working whenever they want to and focus on payroll. So the only thing that prevents payroll from getting completed is simply people not doing the work. Right? So anybody in the organization is allowed to do payroll. There is, you know, but and then the alternative is that no one's required to do it. Right? So therefore, if no one wants to do payroll, that's also perfectly fine. And what does that mean? It means everyone just sits around and waits for someone else to do the payroll. And that's what happens. Everyone sits around and waits for someone else to do the payroll, and eventually someone does it. You know, but that might mean we end up on hard stop, and then you have to wait. So anyone could have stepped up and done the payroll, they chose not to. So therefore, everybody's responsible for it, and that's why no one's getting paid until after the hard stop's over. So next time, maybe other people would want to step up and actually make sure the payroll happens instead of waiting for someone else to do it. Especially when it's Pressy and Albina who do it all, which is just ridiculous. Pressy and Albina already do everything. It's like, why should they also have to do payroll? Like, anyone could do payroll. It's not that hard. And if Pressy and Albina wanted to stop doing payroll, they could. And then no one would get paid until someone else stepped up and did the payroll. You know, it's like eventually someone's going to step up and do the payroll because otherwise no one's going to get paid. And you can always do a payroll hard stop at any time. And no one's required to work ever. You can just stop working and be like, we're not going to work until we're paid. And then you can stop working all you want until, and that's called a payroll hard stop. So the workers control the payroll hard stop. At any moment, the workers can demand payroll hard stop and do and not continue to work until the payroll is completed. Right? So you can do that anytime you want to, except for when you go on hard stop. So on hard stop, no one's required to do the taxes, you know, but then no one also gets paid. And if no one gets paid, no one does the taxes, and then eventually what would happen is that we would just end the budget. And that's also what happens in relationship to upfront pay stop, is you basically just end the budget and you redo the recruitment and then you hire everybody new. And you eventually get the work done. But that would all happen after the taxes got done. Because I would just do the taxes myself or whatever. Does that make sense? In terms of like, you know, all the options there?
Yes.
You know, so no one's ever required to do any work they don't want to do. Like if no one wanted to work on taxes, it's fine. I mean, it's not a good thing for the team, but it's not like under our policies, no one's required to work on taxes. But if no one did taxes, then the hard stop would never end, and then no one would get paid. And so then eventually everyone just, it's just like everyone's saying that they're quitting. If everyone quit and basically no one wanted to get paid, no one work on the taxes, then it would basically be a reset of the organization, and we'd do a new recruitment round and we'd hire a new group of people. But none of that would happen until after the taxes were completed. Why does the taxes take priority over payroll?
Because it brings us the income, and it's also functional, because if we did not do the taxes, the government will going to shut us down.
Yes, exactly. So if we don't do the taxes and we don't follow the government compliance, we don't exist. So who cares about the payroll in the future if we don't even exist at all because the government shut us down? That is why taxes takes precedence over payroll. So doing the taxes is your job. If you don't want to do the taxes, that's fine. But then don't expect to get paid. Next, it's just like you do your job, what you're paid to do, or you don't expect to get paid. It's that simple. And we have a long time to do taxes. We had 8 months to do it. We didn't do it. So what is it? So taxes can be done in January. So you can do all the taxes and finish all the taxes in January. You can't do it in December because you're not done with the year yet. So January, you can do all the taxes and have it be done. So technically, we've had September, that's almost 9 months. So 8 to 9 months to do the taxes. We didn't do it. And no training was even needed. Not a minute of training has been done the entire year on taxes because it's not required. Because I've already done years and years and years of training on taxes. And everyone already knows how to do it. So, and we have videos and like documents. It's endless. Like the taxes is the second most well-documented processes after the budget and the payroll. So there's no reason for budget and payroll not to get done properly, and there's really no reason for for taxes not to get done properly. So if you're looking at 8 months of doing very little on taxes and waiting until the hard stop, that's fine with me, whatever. You guys want to wait till hard stop, but then boom, you're dealing with the hard stop. So there's no thing secret about it. It wasn't like some big, huge thing that came out of nowhere. It's like everybody knows that the hard stop for taxes has a specific deadline, and you got to get the work done before the deadline. Otherwise, this is what happens.
Okay. I guess the problem on the taxes is me and Alvin are getting confused in it because Alvina doesn't know a lot more on taxes. And then we are lucky to have Zillow who knows a lot on taxes. So we are having a more progress now, because when me and Alvina are just taking it on our own, we have ended up on confusion, and then we are trying to figure it out from the videos and the.
All right. Well, but how many sessions did you schedule with me, and how many times did you prioritize it during the main session?
Yeah, that's our mistakes.
Okay, that's what it comes down to. It's like you can complain all you want to that it was confusing or whatever, but if you don't actually schedule and you don't actually do the work as a team, it doesn't make any sense, And it's great that Zilu's getting involved and he's stepping up and doing all the work, but there's no guarantee whatsoever that he's doing it correctly. So you can say all you want to, oh, it's so wonderful that Zilu's doing great. I certainly hope Zilu's doing good, and I hope that he's done, that we've done 40 to 50% of all the work, but there's just no guarantee. So until we actually look at the work and look at the forms and actually see the forms being filled out correctly, it's just all hypothetical.
Yeah,
So if it gets bad and the work's not getting done and Zilu doesn't know how to do it and we're not doing it, then it could be weeks and weeks and weeks until the taxes are completed. But again, that's just where it comes down to maybe someone should have stepped up and made a taxes plan. Right? I think the taxes, the AGC position was one of the last positions that we even filled. One of the only reason we even filled that position is because of the new policy that we passed, that steering team members had to actually take on positions. They couldn't just do whatever the hell they wanted to or nothing, right? So I like our new policies. I think it's good that we now have an AGC coordinator who's actually responsible for all of the hard stops and making sure the budget and the payroll and the taxes are getting done on time. And that position is being developed. So I think, a year from now, we will be in much, much, much better shape. And I agree with all the things that Teme Tope said, but I feel like we're doing it, right? That it's going to take time to get it all set up. But I agree with Temitope that we need to have clear
It's
positions,
3:15.
and the position that is involved and oversees almost everything that's of issue right now is Albina's position, which is the AGC coordinator, right? AGC stands for Accounting and Government Compliance. It includes all the taxes, it includes all the payroll, all of the finances, all the equity distributions, all of it. It's a lot. And the government compliance. Annual reports. All right. Anything else, Pressy?
None for me. I'm good. I think the only thing that can solve all of this is the scheduling.
Well, that's a good point. So coming back to scheduling, like there's many levels of scheduling. So this would all relate to session support. Who's in charge of session support?
Me.
Okay, so scheduling sessions. There are main sessions. There are planetary, events slash what do we call them? Planetary alignments, right? Then we've got VA sessions, buddy team work sessions, etc., etc., etc. So all of the sessions are all part of session support. So session support needs to support making sure all the scheduling's done correctly, the team scheduling, the scheduling verification, all of it. Super important. And session support is under the purview of Pressy at this time. So in the context of the different types of schedules that we have our weekly / bi-weekly main sessions and lunar sessions. Then we've got our canopy schedule. We've got our Jello team schedule. Jello team schedule. And these are like check-ins, right?
Jello team is
check-ins. Let's call them work session scheduling check-ins. And then there's activity.
Activity pins.
And then we've got our weekly schedule of agreed upon scheduled sessions. Weekly agreed scheduled sessions. So this is our buddy team list of upcoming buddy team sessions, right? All right, so then this all eventually, once we get off full freeze and we actually get people level 4 and everything, eventually we will have regular scheduled buddy teams, right? Buddy team sessions. So we don't have those yet because we're just not organized to the point where people can handle their own sessions. Because when people do their own sessions, it just can become a mess and people have no idea what they're doing. It doesn't really work. So right now, under full freeze and under hard stops, you can schedule a buddy team, but you need to confirm with the team and have it be verified and approved and assigned work that you know what you're doing before you get on the Hangout to do the work. So as long as you know what you're working on, you know what you're doing, you can work all you want. It's fine, as long as it's assigned work and everyone knows about it. But once we get on top of all our work and we're getting all our work done, you can jump into work sessions without even knowing what you're doing. And that's called a regularly scheduled buddy team, where the whole purpose of the beginning of the work session is getting organized, looking at your priorities, and then focusing on a priority. And that's all part of the policies of a regularly scheduled buddy team session, where there's we don't necessarily know exactly what the topic. That's similar to like a general VA session or a general executive VA session, where we don't have to know the specific topic because there's so many issues that are swirling around, like for example, what Temitope was talking about. We need to address all the issues, how they're all related, and then figure out the solutions. And that's like but that's done on an executive level. All right. So these are all the different types of scheduling that need to be coordinated and organized across the whole team. You have individual schedules, you got the team schedules, you got the main session schedules. All right. So if you can do this, Pressy, we would be in much better shape as an organization, and we have specific policies. You know, like you could create a list of session support and or scheduling policies. For example, if you don't schedule 1 to 2 weeks, you lose all your equity, right? So that's an example of a policy that you could document. And if you're following all these policies help implement and ensure that people are scheduling correctly. And there's also a bunch of policies related to worker. We're supposed to do monthly worker reviews and worker engagement verification, and that includes their scheduling and involvement. And then also if people aren't communicating, like all of that has automatic policies to ensure that there are repercussions for people not scheduling. Like if you're not scheduling and you're not working, and you shouldn't be in the budget, right? And we have policies to address all of that. The problem is we don't have anyone actually implementing those policies. So if you can set that up, Pressy, and actually go through all the policies, understand when and how they are verified, that will help kick everyone's butt into gear to get scheduled and do work.
Okay. My understanding here is, like, for example, me, I did not do scheduling for 1 to 2 weeks. I'm gonna kick out from the budget. Or I do scheduling 1 to 2 weeks, but I did not work any of those. Am I correct?
Yeah, and they're both equally problematic. So if you're scheduling, but then you're not following through and you're not doing check-ins and you're not actually doing the work, right? Then it's still really bad, right? And we also have our weekly, so there's also reporting on our work, including our weekly check-in. So there's a whole bunch of reporting requirements. I'm not sure who's oversees the reporting, but we do want to get back into our evaluation and our reporting. A lot of this just fell apart because of the pandemic, so we should definitely prioritize that. This all can be dealt with in VA sessions if we can get them scheduled, in terms of getting our reporting back in alignment, organizing all of the checks of when we check different schedules and when we check on different people's work involvement, and then we need to make sure that relates to how the reporting works, so that then we can change it. Because if we don't report, we don't know that somebody actually isn't scheduling, isn't doing the work, then we're not actually able to change it. Because the expectation in our policy should always be that people aren't going to do the work, right? We're not paying people enough. We're not getting the high level expertise. We're not paying for super. We want normal everyday people. That is something that's important to what we do, right? We don't want to pay triple the cost or quadruple the cost or 10 times the cost for the most highest experts in every field. That's not who we are. We don't want to do that. We want to pay normal everyday people. We want to create processes and systems that anyone can easily implement and learn, right? So that makes it more work for us to set everything up. But once we get it set up, it should be very functional. And this is extremely important, that it's functional for normal people, because otherwise it's not accessible, right? And the whole goal is we're trying to transform systems, including decision-making models. They have to be accessible to normal everyday people. Otherwise, it disempowers the community and disempowers the actual people, right? So bottom line is that it needs to just have a clear reporting mechanism that then feeds back to Pressy to implement the scheduling, so that people are changed. So know how when you do your responses and you give a 24-hour warning, right? You do the responses, you get the responses, then you do the 24-hour warning.
Yes.
Yeah, the same thing is supposed to happen with the scheduling, except that you're supposed to check in. They're supposed to check in. You're supposed to know what their schedule is like, what the problems are, what's the red flags, and then you're giving them a warning before that. If they hit that warning, then they're losing hours, or they're losing equity, or they're losing certain pay. And then if they keep hitting those warnings, then next thing you know, they're getting proposed to be removed from the budget, and then next thing you know, they're getting fired, right? So it's the same model as like a warning for a single session, except it's all of your work sessions and it's your work in general. And a single warning isn't enough. It has to be many warnings, and it escalates very quickly, but over the course of multiple weeks, to the point that they get proposed to be removed from the budget eventually. But usually would never get there. But you have to still do those warnings. Otherwise, people don't schedule and they don't do the work. Does that make sense?
Okay.
And we
So
can also
as a
set it
session
up.
support,
There's also a whole process that we can set up to do automated reminders and warnings. So that's also possible to set up. Anyways, let's worry about this after the hard stop, but let's put all of those priorities into your position doc
Yes.
as priorities and responsibilities that we want to consider of how to set up these systems, in the relationship between the reporting and the warnings, and when people aren't scheduling and when people aren't following through with their work, what happens and how it escalates to be eventually removed from the budget. So it's very clear exactly how long it takes to remove someone from the budget, etc. Okay, and how many steps there are. There are probably like 4 or 5 steps to removing people from the budget if they are not meeting their work requirements in relationship to their work sessions and schedule. Okay. Cool. Yeah. Anything else, Pressy?
and then
Okay, I'm
I
glad.
just want to, from what I understand from you. So it's not only from the main sessions; it's also from the BA sessions. I should keep on reminding people from the proposals and scheduling, so that every one of us do the scheduling 1 to 2 weeks, and also to remind them to work their schedules or to work on their scheduled session, or better to cancel or reschedule it before the session.
Yeah, I mean, I
And
think
I
that's
have to-
all correct. So again, this is all very high executive level coordination, worker coordination, and session support. So, I don't want to get us too bogged down in it. We just need to schedule and go over it in more detail. But the thing is that we're into our 5th hour at this point. We're already done 4 hours. We're into our 5th hour, and it's like, obviously we're gonna wrap up and check out right now. But I just want to mention that this is probably the most important thing we've talked about the entire session, because this is actually going to be what makes a difference in how we function with our schedule and our commitments and to the team. And actually, more importantly, it's not enough to just have a policy. There has to be a feedback mechanism where there's reporting, review, verification, warnings, and then it automatically warns and automatically escalates the situation when people aren't working and aren't doing it. Like, for example, nobody should be able to just stop working without taking leave. Like, if you don't take leave and you stop working, we should have systems in place that automatically escalate the problem of you no longer working yet still being in the budget, that to the point where you're being proposed to be removed just simply because you stopped working and you forgot to request leave, right? So, but we don't have that right now. Right now, it's just, people stop working and nothing happens, right? So once we get simple mechanisms set up so that it automatically triggers warnings and automatically triggers an escalation of the situation when you're not working anymore, or you're not putting in, like, let's say you're scheduled for 30 hours or you're budgeted for 30 hours a month. If you're only working 5-10 hours a month, it should automatically flip those warnings because it's not enough, right? Or you're budgeted for way more than you're doing your work, right? So once we get this set up, I think it'll address a lot of the issues that Teme Tope was talking about, plus a lot more than just that. So this is really good that you brought this up, Pressy, and we don't really have time to deal with this right now, but as soon as we finish with the taxes hard stop, we should definitely do this, and we can bring this up during the staffing main sessions as well, the staffing team main sessions. Okay. All right, we good?
Yeah, we are.
All right,
Yes.
so let's go ahead and check out.
3:30.
Just so you guys know, we're going into 4.5 hours. Just so you know, after 4 hours, it is considered overtime. So we're going into a half an hour of overtime work. If anyone wants to track it, also maybe Gino, Pressy, you guys could step up to do the session value tracking.
Okay.
Awesome. Yeah, because this is obviously a valuable session, and we want to not forget the value. All right, so I'm gonna check out. Albina checked out. Mamoon already checked out. I'm gonna check out. I'm just adding the session value tracking to the bottom. Gino and Pressy. All right. I give the session a 6.5. So overall is pretty good. Obviously it's extremely long, but that's what it takes to do the work. If you don't put in the time, especially when there's issues and problems happening, the solutions don't come. And usually at the very end is when the real solutions come. So I feel like that last 10 minutes was like the most valuable. The last like 20 minutes was the most valuable part of the entire session. It's very late. I'm ready to go to bed. I will be working on the taxes. I will be working on the recruitment and the finances and helping with Pressy and all of it. So yeah. And tomorrow is the Canopy session, and I will be available for that Canopy main session. I should be there. It should work out. Check. Gino.
I give this session a 7. It was a great session. So new role again for me. A very inconsistent role for me, I guess, because everything's changing. And good thing I haven't made any significant progress with neither of the roles that were assigned to me before, which were the staffing as well as the Plasmo. So looking forward to the second deputy position session because I think I can do better this time, at least in terms of like actually checking in and like not having strikes for it or policy tracking of whatnot. And we'll also be changing my Canopy schedule, but I'm currently still in the green team, but like I think it's best for me to reschedule those times because of my sleep schedule being different now. That's all. Check.
All right. Hannah.
I give the session a 7, and I'm pretty excited about the work ahead. It's been really helpful to be in this session. Thank you. It's my first time in life support. That's it.
Cool. Also, it might be helpful to note that some of us, have a slight time change. Like, so, for me, half of it was the middle of the night, half of it was 1.5x, so I'm a 1.75x myself. Hanel is probably more like 1.85x. I don't know. You're closer to 2x. But I don't really know when you started, but
4 hours and a half.
I know, but what time did you start locally?
What time is it when you start?
Locally, just a sec. Locally, 12 a.m. Sorry.
Okay, so you're just like full 2x.
Yeah.
It's 5 o'clock.
All right, Teme Tope.
Yeah, so I give the session a 6.9, maybe thereabouts. Yes, the session we were able to address some major key issues, and I see that Jay listened to most of what I said, and we're going to make progress. And it's just kind of tallied with the sessional support kind of, and the other arrangements that have been made. And we're looking forward at seeing how we follow through with the new arrangements we have on ground, because to me that has really been a major challenge. We have very beautiful plans, very beautiful ideas, but to follow through with it has always been a serious challenge for us. So going forward, I will schedule with Jay on the planning and structuring, so that we can I can see how I can come in, little experience I have, and see how we can move forward as a team and as an organization. Check.
Isayo?
Yeah, I would give this session 7. I hope to finish my schedule and clarify the month changes on my POP. And I look forward to the Canopy main session. This was my first main session. That's all.
Cool. Yeah, so yeah, just make sure you get it all updated before your schedule, and get everything updated before the Canopy main session tomorrow, so we can complete the budget. Jessica. Right, she's still here.
Okay. I give the session 7.5. It has been a great session, live support session. I'll be focusing on organizing myself and also getting scheduling myself. So I'm looking forward to the new role.
Cool, and you also need to meet with Pressy and Albina and Orgino about Plasma, okay?
Okay.
Yeah, and just get the Plasma overview, and I mean some of that's training, so it should happen after the taxes, okay?
Okay.
But then, yeah, all right. Pressy?
What time is it on your place?
It's 12 p.m. 12
Yeah.
Pressy, you want to check out?
Okay, I want to check out. I'll give the session.
Wait, hold on. Cheme Tope, can you please mute? You're getting a lot of feedback.
Okay.
Yeah, thanks. Pressy?
I will give the session 7. It was good to know my responsibilities because I only know the reminders and the responses, but overall session support is a very big and huge responsibility that I may take seriously. So it clarifies me some confusion about the session support responsibilities, and also I will be working on the taxes, hoping to do this taxes within the 2 weeks, so we don't have to suffer we don't have to face the upfront pay stuff. And then I will be working on the recruitment budget with Albina, and also hoping to do to make it before the upfront pay stuff, so we can move on and have a regular schedule.
All right, great. Good work, everybody. We are done. So it's just session value tracking. Remember to track all your hours on your work report, and then we are done for now. So yeah, it's good.
I'll check on you later with thank you.
Thank you very much, Frank.
Thank you. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
All right, bye.
Bye.